No problem. Good. No problem. I'm insane, bro!
Well done.
I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out of my...
Cat out. Was he in the first one, second one, third one? He's at top. Oh my dude, you just wait. You let me find a sniper anywhere in here, my guy. Oh, what'd I say? What'd I tell him? Huh? 5 shots, all I need one. I need one. I need one. It's in the intro for a damn reason, because I'm the best. Well, I think that is sniper ammo I just picked up. Oh, it was. You just ruined everybody else's day, my friend. I only needed one more shot anyways. Who do you guys think you're watching? The best! Oh! And we stuck him, and we don't even need to do nothing anymore. Bam! But we will! Bam! What I said, tell me I won't kill him with the Sentinel. Give me this longbow.
I'm insane, bro!
Boom! Oh, that was it! Don't let me get heated up with the longbow. This is the Sentinel's bad, bro. Don't get me heated up with the longbow.
Insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best!
Instead of invasion.
Hello. Hope everybody's doing well. My bad, we don't typically have to run through past the countdown. I leave that intro in for when we're playing like first-person shooter games and whatnot, but I had a couple last-minute things I needed to take care of, but we're good to go. Hope everybody's doing well. Botrix is going to take a minute to catch up on all of the subscribers coming in between the last time that we went live and now, so big shout-out to everybody coming in between then and now. We'll go ahead and let those ride. Typically doesn't take too long. Kind of depends on how many videos dropped between the time frame of me going live and, you know, how popular those videos were. Whoa. Headset's tweaking out right now. The update made the PvP worse for solos. Now they camp E1. Really, Brian? Has it gotten worse? You know, I noticed... What's funny is when I initially had read the update, it sounded like they were...
Instead of invasion. On subversion.
Is that game audio? Is that audio too loud? Because I might wait to talk about this until we've got those all settled.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion.
No, it's not too loud. Okay, that's good. So I originally, when I read the update, had anticipated it being like basically a PvE fest. Essentially, I figured there was going to be no real need to head out into the actual deep desert because all of the PvE, or some of the PvE, enough of it was going to be inside of the safe zone of the deep desert. Bruh, but I ran all the way up and down. We're gonna do a bit of that tonight, actually. While we're scouting out bases, we're gonna be using our scanner to scan these spots, because just from me going up and down, I couldn't find any labs inside of the safe zone. So I was like, are there no labs in the safe zone? Which is just hilarious if there's truly not any labs in the safe zone. That's wild. And it's definitely not going to be the answer that the PvE players were looking for. They've got some weird things going on. Let's jump on into it. There it is. There it is. Let me disable the preview here so we're not triple rendering the screen. There's a lab in B3. Are we on the same server? And spice is now rare. I saw that they nerfed the spice, but I was still running into a decent amount of it, but I did see that they did nerf it. There's definitely less. All right, it looks like everything's up and running here. Let me know if the game audio is too quiet or if the mic is too loud or if anything's in the way here, but let's go ahead and jump on in. So you are confirming at least that there was a lab on your server? All of the deep desert structures are the same, I believe. That's so interesting. If they are all the same, you're probably right. That sounds like you're right. But if they are all the same, that is crazy, bro. And essentially, I mean, this deep desert's been out for a few days. So, I mean, technically, I should be able to look up a map and not even need to scan anything. You know what I mean? Well, let's go ahead and do a bit of an update, because even though, you know, I had some stuff to take care of last week, we still managed to get on and knock some things out. As you can see, we've moved everything from the Dew Gap base over here. There's nothing at the Dew Gap base that we need anymore. It's all over here. I haven't crafted all of the facilities that I need because we need more duraluminum. And we needed more aluminum. So blah, blah, blah. We got this whole thing running through. And then the water cycle we actually need to start paying attention to. In fact... because the water, it's about to be harvesting time here. Let's do this. Stupid, stupid, absolutely stupid. It used to be smooth, and now it just feels like it doesn't want to go anywhere. Alright, now I just need to figure out what chest I had this stuff in. There we go. I've got more of them here somewhere. PvP looks like a bunch of no-lifes bullying solo players, in your opinion? Oh, that is for sure what it is. Every PvP encounter that I've been in, except for one, has been one-on-one engagements, and they've all been, because I'm, like, shoving my nose in PvP. We actually got jumped on the other day out of nowhere. And that might have been a hacker, too, honestly. That was a very weird encounter. But aside from that, it's all been because I've literally shoved my nose so deep into the PvP that it's gotten me in trouble. And the only time that there's been more than one person that I've been fighting against was when I went and visited that giant sand place where they were using a sand crawler. They sent like 4 or 5 of their guild on me. But other than that, it's all just been solos. And the PvP, the problem that I have with it is the meta still is scout ornithopters with rockets. Especially because they also lowered the assault ornithopter speed. You died 3 times yesterday by 3 people every time? You know, to be fair, we start playing, and like the time that we have to start playing is at a weird time for the server. So that might like have something to do with it, because if I'm getting on in the middle of the day, like when I'm not live, I swear I don't know what is going on over here. Something with these bases over here has been causing the biggest lag. Like, even when I'm not live, anytime I come to this base nowadays, it's just massive lag. I think the problem with PvP, though, getting back to my original thought, is the fact that it's all ornithopters, scout ornithopters with rockets, and even if it devolves into ground combat, it's just assault ornithopters shooting rockets at the person on the ground. It's not fun. I actually had my very first experience in a lab where I went to go and try and attack a guy from behind, and that did not work out proper. It was a 1v1, and I was trying to burn him down with my flamethrower here, and I tell you, he was able to move too quickly. He was moving around all over the place. I couldn't quite get a hold of him. It was kind of embarrassing, if I'm honest. Like, he was like still fighting the PvE as I'm like chasing him down, and I got a few hits on him and like even forced him to pop his spice buff, but he killed me not too long after that. So I almost feel like I was being toyed with a little bit. But if we take a look here, this is my problem. This is why I'm going to try to avoid PvP when we are out raiding. Like, we'll obviously fight somebody if we need to, but we got no Mentat abilities, we've got no Sword Master abilities, and all of these are level 1, so. I still haven't decided that I want to do a live stream where I'm, Still haven't decided if I want to do a live stream where I'm grinding out the classes or if I just do that off stream sometime. Seems like a lot of work. A lot of work, because we're harvesting water. Do you get me? Because we're harvesting dew. Endgame, in my opinion, it's just lame because the PvP is lame. Even the PvP, when you get to engage with it, is just lame. It's not good. It's not balanced properly, and I have no faith that they will be able to balance it properly, unfortunately. Something in this area is just absolutely cranking my PC right now. Like, one of these bases is doing something nefarious over here. Something a bit overwhelming. Like, honestly, my temperature shot up like 4 degrees on my CPU. Insanity!
On infiltration.
Amelia Green coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Always good to see people over on Twitch. I don't know, how far are we off of the time here? It's getting close, so we'll hold off. Oh, wait, yeah, there was something else I didn't read as well. You died 3 times yesterday. Oh, and they don't take your stuff? They use a thumper to destroy your stuff? No way. I mean, what's the difference if they decided to not take your stuff or if they decided to destroy everything? Because as far as I know, if they manage to destroy the body, which one is it? It's either the cockpit or the hull. If they break one of these, then you can't even spawn at your ornithopter. Like, it's considered gone entirely. So if they just broke into everything, like, what difference does it make? You think they're really calling in the big sandworm with the thumpers just to destroy your stuff? I thought this big sandworms could only spawn on the, I've yet to see a big sandworm in this game, and I don't know how they trigger. And there was even one night where I was able to jump in and pick at a big big spice field. And what ended up happening is eventually, like, the more and more of the field that I knocked out, there was, like, worms, like, constantly flying. Not targeting me, but they were just, like, flying. And they eventually got there was so many of them, like, coming up constantly. I was like, I'm getting out of here, bro. So I don't know if I kept harvesting, if it would have eventually, if it's, like, a mount harvest that triggers. I'm not sure. I also know nothing about the lore, so. But yeah, I'm surprised that the changes are actually making it worse for PvE players. Because technically, you could just ride out in the safe zone and get everything that you need. The only thing that really you're lacking inside of the safe zone that I saw was, first off, I couldn't find a lab, but you said there was a lab. And also, second, is the... titanium ore and the stravidium, sorry. It's just like my computer got so much hotter I can physically feel the heat in the room. So it's like, what is going on in this area? The hell was that? Might have had a spider just crawling on me. Have you seen the movies? No, not a single one of the movies. I haven't read the books either. So I've got, when it comes to the lore, no handle on it at all. I know there's a baby worm and then there's a big worm. We call them the biggin. We haven't seen the biggin yet. However, the little baby worms are everywhere. Alright, we're about all filled up here. Last time I brought too much stuff and I like kept having to drop stuff, so I think that's the play, is to bring just a little bit less than the maximum carry load. Because I kept having to like drop a leader-john to bring out a leader-john. It was a whole process I had to go through to bank them, which ended up killing some of the time that I had to harvest. This is an unfortunate step of the process that we've got to continue for a while. And it's going to burn my PC to the ground. Alright, let's ride. See if we can cool this PC down here. Also, I haven't put the turbo on this bad boy yet. But we should start kitting this thing out maybe when we, Dune 20... I've been asking people in the chat which of the Dune movies are good, and they're like, the books are good. So, I've been asking a few times, because I'm like, I've been playing so much Dune, maybe we do, like, you know, try and watch a movie. Oh, and also, Jim probably be mad hearing me say that, and I still haven't watched Fight Club. I still haven't watched Fight Club. What's funny is I had, like, a day or two where I could have. I had the opportunity and I bailed. I said, nah, I'm good. I said, where do I even watch it? And then I didn't look anything past that. But you're saying Dune 2021 and Dune Part 2. Better than Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, huh? Those are also movies that I'm not really fond of. I've seen Lord of the Rings or two. I've definitely not watched the whole trilogy. And the last Star Wars, I went to theaters to watch with my wife, and I literally was falling asleep in the theater. And I kept getting woken up to the sound of lightsabers coming out. So, that about tells you that. I'm just not a huge fan of movies. I'm just really not. Especially live action movies. I prefer comedies. A nice cartoon comedy, you know? I cannot believe they haven't added the deposit all button yet. This is something that's been on their radar for like more than a week now. And it's just still not in. Surely someday we'll be able to deposit all of this water at once. Until then, our fingers are going to be strong. Mighty finger is what they'll call us. Man with the mighty finger. Oh, come on now. I think eventually we've got to do the death stills. Like, for real. I just don't want to put down the small death stills. But in order to make it worth it, and I need to put down 5 of the big death stills. Son of a gun. All of the option. And you know what I need to put down 5 of the big a bunch of water. That's what I need. A bunch of water. Something happened.
Instead of invasion.
Something just happened. It's a sub coming in from Darth Blaze. Hey, I know for a fact that you're here. Typically, I have no idea whether you're here or if you're subscribing from another video because the Botrix doesn't care where it's coming from. It recognizes them anyways. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you stopping by. Give me a minute here. Did that help it? So I was messing around with the settings the other day. I think that's what cranked us up. It's running at an unreasonable temperature. Reasonable. Give me a minute. All right. Ten regular death stills is less power and more water. What? No, it's not. We went over that. We mathed this out. Sorry, you're going to make me math this again here. Let's go ahead and take a look. It's 200 power cost each. And, oh, I think we didn't math out the water. We just did mathed out the power cost. As soon as their power cost is equal, you would assume that you're getting more. You're definitely getting more from the death still. So yeah, if we map out the power cost. What was it? It was like, it wasn't. It was like 5. Give me a minute. No, it wasn't 5. It's got to be an even number. It's 4. At 4, you're using 1,400. Oh, and you would have 7 of these. Hold on. You're right. I completely dicked my math when I did that originally. That's just, I'm not even using the right logic there. Because you'll have 7 of them. And 7 of them will produce... Oh, wait. It's 175,000 water per hour if you have all of them running. And it's 180,000 per water per hour if you have 4 of the... I was right. Nah. Because if you have 7 of these running, you're using 1,400 power. And you get 25,000 per 7. And 7... Hold on. 25,000 multiplied by 7 is 175,000 water. Oh, you got hit with ads? Fuck. Are these ads popping up, like, often? Because, like, I have it set to low. They shouldn't pop up that often, but I feel like they are. But if you have, like, a... Oh, shit, he's gone. He's not even here. Bear, are you here? Bear, let me know when you're back. How much plus stone do we have? Bear, I need to know when you're... Bear, are you back? Are they coming in often? Because I have them set to low, but I feel like they come in way more frequently than they should. Oh, yeah. Let's go back in. Are you back? Because it's at 4. Because check it out. Here, I'll math it out for you. If you're using 7... If you're using 7 of the small death stills, that's going to cost you 1,400 power. And if you have all 7 of those death stills running, those each get 25,000 power. So 7 multiplied by 25 is 175,000. So you'd get 175,000 milliliters of water per hour if you had all 7 of these running. Yeah. But in order, these advanced death stills, if you use 4 of them, it'll also cost you 1,400 power. So at 4 Fremen death stills, you're using the same amount of power as 7 of the small death stills. And at 4 of the big ones, you get 45,000 water each. So you'll get 180,000 per hour, but it's actually per 50 minutes. So you technically get 5,000 more per hour, but I'm not going to figure out the hours math to figure out when you actually gain a whole hour. I guess we'd have to multiply that by 6. So you'd have to have your death stills run 6 times over in order to have gained a full hour on these. But even then, that would be 180,000 extra after 6. So it's 4 of these. So we need... Bro, we need like 1,000 duraluminum ingots to put the death stills down. So it's like I need a shitload of water to start getting the water running. So at that point, I should slap down some... At that point, I really should, and it would benefit me to slap down some of the regular ones, but we're not going to worry about it. We're going to do some finishing up of the base here. Go do some raiding. Let me know, are we? Oh my gosh, the dashboard is backed up, that's why. Alright. If I ever stop responding to chat, just FYI, it is because the YouTube chat disconnected from the bot Rix, which is the thing that connects the Twitch and the YouTube chat. So if I ever stop responding over on YouTube, it's because that thing broke again. I don't know what's been going on with it. But let's go ahead. I think we're going to start out from the bottom here and build out our buggy base, because we're going to need to build a buggy and mine some basalt. So let's go ahead and pop on down there, shall we? I wanted to make this way bigger. I have no idea how big a buggy is, but we're definitely going to like up the size on this. Up the size on the walls. Whoa, 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 whoa. Outer face goes on the outside. Boom. My God, what did I do over here? This is just insanity. Insanity that's gonna look oh so beautiful when it's all said and done. Boom. Boom. Does it need to be this high? Absolutely not. Does any of this need to be as big as it is? No. Are we going to go bigger? Probably. Probably something's going to get added somewhere. I should probably do a peace check. We haven't done a peace check in a while. I don't even think we're halfway to the amount of pieces that we can use, though, to be honest. What do we put across? Maybe this? Boom. Boom. One side kind of like finished out. Beautiful. One more side to go. Nope. Man, did I just do that doubled up on this side too? Okay, I did. We did. It's just like this tripled up, this wall piece here with the holes in it tripled up, I think it looks a little bit weird, but we're going to leave it because it's meant to be like a tower. I don't need it. I don't need it like flip-flopping everywhere, but right here, maybe we do a little bit of a boom. Come on now. Boom, and then we cap it off with the circle. Nice. We've got a few of those set up around the base. It'll be a bit of a theme. Oh, you son of a gun. I knew it was going to happen at least once tonight. Can you freaking believe it? We put a piece in the wrong spot. What are you doing? There you go. Nice. Okay, good. Let's roof this off. This might be a problem, actually. I'm just now thinking. Look, how am I supposed to roof this? Come on, triangle piece. Okay, big. Triangle pieces will fit. And squares after that, you think? I would say. Nice, dude. Triangles was the way. All right, let's fill it out. I'm not sure what I want to do here. That 3 might come out and 3 cap this upper gap here. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We also might end up carving into this roof here eventually and like reassembling it, right? Right now we're just laying out the structure of the roof like we had a structure of the... It's all done in like steps, right? One step at a time. Yeah, because I'm thinking I do want this to open up here. But the problem is, that's like a... Oh no, we cover that. I hate when it turns nighttime. It's always so much harder to see. I don't know, let's fill it out, because I'm still not sure what I want to do there. Maybe we mess around with some of the roof pieces as well to see kind of like what we're going to do with the other roof pieces. Maybe do a bit of some experimenting, because all I'm seeing right now is this. These don't snap proper either. Like, what is up with that snapping there? I want it to snap up on top, right? Have to put like a half wall or something. Man, I wish it would let you merge pieces like that. Why won't it let me put it up there now? There we go. Fuck, there's 2 sides of this. So these are going to look weird. I'm going to have to go back through and fix them if they're not all facing the right way, but we kind of at least get a bit of an idea of what that's going to look like. That might need fixed right there. So like just a straight one. I don't know. We'll come back to it. Let's figure out what we're doing here. This is almost meant to be like a balcony where you can kind of like look off, so I want this outdoors. So I guess the roof would have to be right there. It would have to be below. All right. God, we gotta figure out what to do with that gap. All right, walk in the bunker, the buggy hall. Let's go ahead and get this thing finished off here, because like I said, we are going to need to build us a buggy. Why is that not gonna work? Oh no, that's not facing the right way. Oh, can we do it like that? That'll look weird, but we can like decorate with it. Come on. Come on. There you go. You had it. That was the spot right there. Oh, you want to snap. You know you do. Damn it. Teresia. How you doing? Good to see ya. Bro, just steal one above Misa Tyrell. Steal one what? Oh, the buggy. I got you. What level is it? Because I think we want to craft up a tier 5 buggy. Also, we have a fancy schematic, I think, that might help us out. Dude, we're gonna need to build... I do not know why it's... There we go. Just does not want to snap. Not doing much. You just finished work and you're waiting for a client's payment. That's why you came to your stream to pass some time. Well, I appreciate you being here. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully the payment processing doesn't take too long. I'm never going to be able to get that to snap up there, but maybe with just these two, we can make it work. Oh. Yeah, maybe we can get it to snap. Oh, beautiful. All right, we should be able to make this wall now. Maybe not. But you know what I meant to do anyways was slap a couple of these down across the top the same way I did here. Nice, we did these walls. We are just chilling, finally back to the live streams, back from all the busyness we had going on last week, and yeah, that's about it. Gonna be finishing off this base finally, or at least as much of it as I can, jumping into some raids tonight. The most fun I have in this game is raiding other people's bases. But Teresia, if you're an artist, by the way, we've already got one on speed dial, unfortunately. Just so you know. Just to save you some time. Save me some time. I know how the grind is. But yeah, we got one on standby. It's still not gonna let me place this. Now it's not snapping at all. There we go. Oh, big. So it was the inclines. I wonder if I can put those up. I wonder if I could put those up now. I liked the way these looked. Nice. It's a tier 3 buggy bear paws. Yeah, I think we're gonna try and build up a tier 5, or like, I don't know if there's a tier 4, but those buggies are pretty tore up as well, if I remember correctly. Nice. Damn, there's not going to be a rail that fits that, is there? Dude. Is it daytime yet? Like, where is the sun? Alright, we should be able to take our buggy in here, park it, like, right here. It's not the most space in the world, but it's not nothing, so we can make it work. For one buggy, we should be able to make that work just fine. Let's close off this wall here. Nice, we can definitely fit a buggy into that. We could maybe even like raise these up one more, or maybe like half of one more, to turn it into like, use that as like the roof, the outside of the roofing. When we come up, we go in. All of this realistically is going to be like mainly outdoor. I need to rail this off right here. How am I going to roof this section? I'm not guaranteed gonna put roofs on that section, so we're gonna move up to this one. Actually, like, the way I can set up roofs kind of works here. Let's take a look at this thing from a bit more of a distance. All right, give me a minute. So maybe we put the roof up top. Let's start from this back side here. We're gonna hit it from the back side. Man, I don't even know if I'll be able to extend these all the way out. Actually, because of the structure. Structural stability. Ooh, I know I said backside, but maybe we connect it to that. In which case, this would not be roof, it would be floor. Are you going to raid another solo, Jason? Yeah, we will. If we find another base out there, we sure will. We sure will. I'm not 100% convinced that that was truly the guy who had the base, but, you know, it's possible. You leave your base out like that, it is most definitely fair game. And I will raid it every single time with no remorse. Typically, I won't break it all the way down, but since we knocked the sub-fief down, that was the first time I had even realized that you could, after you break the sub-fief, just straight up knock it down. So I was like, this ought to be told to the world. No. It happened again. Okay, if I'm lucky, at least we figured out where we're going to start the covering for this section. If I'm lucky, breaking this will break the rest of these. It did not. Alright, big. Huge. But yeah, we're definitely going to get into some raiding tonight, that's for sure. I've been leaving this base just unfinished for way too long, though. Ooh, it's gonna let me place it, too. Nice, dude. Oh, that's so good. No, stability, you bastard. Stability, you got me again. Let's see if this helps. Feel like it's definitely not going to help because of how far we had to go out, not connected to the damn it all. Wonder if I can get away with putting a foundation there, but let's try this. I think this one is the last one that's actually connected to the base, which is connected to the foundation. Yeah. Oh, yes! So like a puzzle, we piece it together. It's alright, it's alright. Hopefully this right here, hooking these in, should bolster it a little bit. Hook these ones up just because why not? Dude, we only needed it to go so much freaking further, man. You know, it's like we didn't need that much. It's alright, we can make this work. That ain't it. Okay, how many out does it go? It's like directly. Oh, that's not what I meant. How many out does it go from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we should be able to piece our way out there. It's massive. This was meant to be a tiny deck, and it's turned into something massive, but it does kind of, like, also roof off this section, which is something we were trying to do as well. So it's like we're 2 birds with 1 stone here. Something's wrong. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's what's wrong. Damn, insufficient stability. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 and then a break. It's got to be 7 and a break or 5 then a break, and we can't get to 7 then break. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And then break. Ah, shit. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and slap these down while we're here. Perfect. We are going to do a peace check after this. We've still got 4,000 plus stone to work with. I think that during the nighttime is when we're going to go out. So we're going to do a peace check after this and assemble that buggy. So hopefully during the night we can farm, and then during the day we can just be regular old builders. Oh, insufficient stability. That's not good. Oh, you bastards. How? Is that going to happen over here? It's not going to happen over here, is it? Oh, no, dude. I gotta fix this. I think that's right. Boom, no big deal. I think that actually, like, makes the sides look more even. I don't know, we'll see once we're flying above it. I might even put, like, some pillars up on this and make it, like, a balcony area. That'll be something that happens when we are not focusing on just knocking out all of the roofing, you know what I mean? Like I said, one step at a time. One step at a time. Where's our ornithopter? Oh, let's grab this thing before we bury it. Okay, nice. Nice, I like that. So you got that little outer area, this little outer area, a bit of an upper balcony. You're gonna... So you come up. Alright, let's dump this thing. Let's do a walk. Let's do a walk to figure out where we're working on next. It's getting nighttime too, so let's go check our build piece and build this buggy. All right, we come in, we park our buggy, boom. We walk up the beautiful staircase here into the base. Classic. Classic base entrance right here. Up the stairs, a little bit of an outer view. Beautiful. Up, you got a secondary like balcony where you can go, wow, even more. And then, so you come out over here. Nice. You're like, oh, cool, outdoor area. Wow. What's this over here? Oh, it's just another viewing spot. Beautiful. Put some, like, decorations up there, right? Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, these balconies are probably going to be disconnected from each other as well. Oh, look at the sky. Wow. Okay. And then, okay, we know down here is basically just like a nothing area. This is where a lot of decorations are going to go. But this doesn't lead you to anything of importance. You can come up this way. We'll go up that way soon, but you can come up this way. Go in. We got a roof off this area right here. You think you're built in the same spot? 2 dice. It's right up here all the way on the far north. I think it's a brilliant spot to be if you are. You got access to these 4, 5 spots right here, even 6, 7 to boot. And right here's a really good spot to get yourself some complex machinery. So it's an excellent spot to be. This is our next roofing job right here. And I lost the doors. This is why we're not going to build at night anymore. We're going to start using our buggy at night. Come up here, another deck. All of this is kind of built out. And then we'll need to roof off... oh my god, I can't see anything. We'll need to roof... I can't see anything. Well, we're just going to go check our build piece here. And get lost in this base. Alright, and then we finally made it to the room we need to do most of our stuff at. Brilliant. We're not even halfway on our building pieces either, so this is good. We've still got plenty of building pieces to use. Brilliant. Okay. Right. Buggy. What's it going to take to build a buggy? I'm probably going to need to first build the vehicle crafting machine. Damn, bro. I don't have enough industrial pumps. Where's the regular one? Vehicles fabricator. We're close. We're close. I could probably make enough plastinium from the amount of titanium we took off of that base yesterday. But I don't have the water right now. We should technically be hitting up water at night too, so we'll have to frickin' throw that into the mix. Okay, check this out. We got ourselves a bigger buggy boot MK5. So this is amazing. And then we've got ourselves the Focus Buggy Cutter Ray, which is also insane. Big pickups here. So let's craft these first, because I would say that these two things are the most important things. Other than that, we could potentially even kick it all the way down. Is there only a tier 3 or tier 5? Is that our choices? No, we just don't have the aluminum one unlocked. Now we do. We don't have enough aluminum. We just cooked all of our aluminum. How much duraluminum am I going to need to make the tier 5? And I'm missing paste. Paste. Did I take all the paste from the last base? Let's go check the deep desert real quick. Because I didn't take everything out of there. I should have paste. I think I took paste out there because I needed it to craft stuff. Let's go give her a look-see, see if we can find our paste. If not, we're gonna have to do a trip of jasmium, but we're also gonna have to do a trip of some of that crystal in order to make the paste. Unfortunate. Unfortunate turn of events. So, my Atreides faction has won the Landsrad by a long shot, like 10-0, 2 weeks in a row now. When I get back, I'll show you where we're at now, but it is not good. Give me a minute. My bad. Bit all over the place. Oh shit, the mic's down here. My bad. We'll figure it out, okay? One step at a time, everybody. Relax. Get that on up there. Oop. Alright, let me know. Did we get the microphone problem? We did kind of wiggle that cord around a bit. Let me know if we're getting that, like, static feedback. Sometimes it's subtle and sometimes it's, like, crazy apparent, so... let me know. Alright, let's fly. Let's go see if anybody's put anything up. Somebody set up a sub-fief on the hill that I wanted to use. But then they did not build there, and I was like, you son of a gun, you take that sub-fief down right now. That's where I was building, punk. They did not take it down. I don't think they were there when I was trying to talk to them. Man, to be able to listen to the Dune radio, what a day. I had a copyright-free playlist that was put together by Harris Heller. Senpai Gaming, I believe, is what he goes by now. And unfortunately, there's this, like, out-of-country company that just, like, sets out this auto-claim bot, and it's picked up on a few of the songs that are in his copyright-free system. And they're false claims. They're entirely false claims, and if you, like, counterclaim them, they get ignored. But it's like the fact that it happens anyways is just a pain in the ass. So I stopped using that playlist. Just because it was like, I don't know which one was triggering it, and it's like any day, any of them could change and start triggering it. It was a pain in the ass. Oh, you just fall asleep flying sometimes. It's like, my goodness gracious. Just give me something happening below me. Give me something to look at. Give me something to look at down here. How are we sounding? Does the mic have that feedback coming through? Man, I swear if the mic has the feedback coming through. I don't even have my phone on. My phone's dead. I can't even check. Here we are. It still looks like nobody built up on this peak. What a asshole. Just completely took my spot. That's where we were gonna build. You'll see the sub-fief is there. Unless he wisened up and took it down. Nope, it's still there. Can you believe it? Who just puts a sub-fief there? Just unbelievable. Damn, bro. I'm gonna be devastated if there's no cobalt paste out here. Shit, dude. No, man. I cannot believe we got everything back. No, dude. This is exactly how I feel right now. What my guy's doing is how I feel. Alright, let's go. You know, since we're out here, maybe we, let's plop this thing back down real quick. Since we're out here, right? Maybe we, like, you know, go do a little bit of some scouting, huh? See if we can't find somebody. Since we made it all this way out here. We're gonna dump everything that I don't want to end up losing, and I need to craft some heavy darts. Man, I put it away, dude. I'm so stupid. I need that scanner. I don't know why I keep putting that thing away. I have the ammo, but I don't have the gun. Okay, the power pack's good. Everything's looking good. Come on now. All right, beautiful. I'm going to assume that the mic's not having a problem because we've gone up in viewers each time I've asked. So typically if the mic's having a problem, people aren't going to say anything, they're just going to leave. They're going to be like, "We out, bro. What is this ass audio that we're listening to, bro? I'm out of here." All right, hold up. Because we have these. That's why I left this here. I'm a freaking genius. It's like I knew I was going to need them. 21. Beautiful. Let's grab a little bit more of the metal fragments so we can make just a little bit more welding wire. All right, we're good. Let's fly. Let's go see if we can find some bases, huh? Who's getting raided tonight? Let me know, huh? You camped out here in the PvP zone? You're going down. Maybe we managed to find a big guild base. You know what we should have done was we should have brought out the booster. We should have brought out the turbo. That's fine. We'll be fine. Deep Desert's an easy play. Oh, what's this guy doing? I swear this guy's on the PvP zone. This guy's an idiot, bro. This is the second time we've gone by it. Bro, I promise this is in the PvP zone. Let's check it real quick. Make sure it's not abandoned. But see, it says PvE. I'm squished. Let me in. It says PvE, though. Like, we got the countdown. That's what's so weird. Let me jump out real quick. This guy hasn't been here in a while, or he's not repairing his base from the storms that are hitting it. It's weird because it says we're in the PvE zone, but we have the countdown that we're in the PvP zone. Like, this is a base that if we're close to, if a storm rolls through, we're gonna definitely check it out. That's right off in E5. Let's go see if anybody decided to camp over right here, and then I think we push out that way. Let's fly. Does it prevent you from building near a lab? You would think that you would think somebody would post up near this thing. This is where we tried to jump that guy and get in some one-on-one combat, and I swear he was just toying with us. I swear he was just toying with us, man. He was just playing with us, dude. I just turned the game audio down a little bit. Let me know if I just turned it down too much. We might have had somebody just literally flying above us. Did anybody see that? Oh, hell yeah, we do. This guy might want some. This guy might want some. You don't want none of this, bro? What's your plans? Oh, fuck yeah, he does. Is it me or this guy come out of nowhere? I think we book it south. Worst case scenario, we gotta dump out on an island. He is chasing. I had somebody chasing me in an assault ornithopter the other day. It was hilarious. Not even close, bro. Oh, there's another one. Oh shit, what is going on, dude? Multiples, we got multiples. Oh, whoa, what is happening, dude? Whoa, what is happening? We got a guild rolling out there somewhere. Did a big plume just go off? That's crazy, bro. Let's kick it out this way a little bit and then work our way up to that. I cannot believe just like 5 people rolled up. I don't even understand. They must be going to that, they must be going to that lab right there. That makes sense. Are we still in PvE? Like, surely we've entered PvP by now, right? I don't think so, though. We're in F, though. How? Oh, no, this is Sector F. Wait, what the hell's going on? We have to be in PvP. Game's bugged out right now. F looks like a... F8 looks like a dead tile. There's no land over here. Just too much open desert. We are on the edge here, but even then, man. Oh, well, there's some way out there. We've got land way off in the distance. That might be some good. Let's do a quick scan while we gain some altitude here. There's teams of 6 flying around, apparently. Oh, whoa, whoa! This is why you don't AFK in dead man mode, ladies and gentlemen. Same concept applies. He was in Harkonnen as well. Probably a part of the Deep Desert Police Department. Those guys are ruthless. They're animals. Alright, I do need to keep some sort of eyes on here. Let's jump down. I was saying before we even jumped into the deep desert, look at this, bro. They're gonna win, dude. Harkonnen's taking the dub this time around, bro. They ain't playing around this week. 1 day and 23 hours, and, bro, we gotta take out Harkonnen house troops, and we are slacking, bro. And that's just for the block. Let alone pulling out any sort of dub here. Atreides dropped the ball this time around. I was gone for the first half of the week and don't attribute much to them anyway, so pick it up, Atreides, you know? It's not my fault. Not my fault. All right. See if anybody decided to base up out here, huh? That looks like a whole island of Stravidium. I think, like, right there would be the best spot to put a little base. Because, honestly, who's going to fly out to this corner, bro? Because everything out there, nothing but desert. And there's a... Oh. We got some land in I? No way. No, that's west of us. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, all out in I is basically nothing. This is like the last piece of land at the... Oh, shit. Yeah, we gotta watch out for those. That's when you end up shoving your nose into a guild. We learned our lesson there. We don't want 5 people chasing us down. We'll play around with... Did I just see somebody? We'll play around with 1, but 5? My ornithopter gonna get all beat up if we play with 5, you know? just a cave. Alright, let's fly up to altitude here and then do a quick check of the map. Figure out where I have and haven't gone. I mean, that is such a haul, bro. Like, seriously, that is such a haul. But let's go. Oh, whoa, whoa. I don't want that. I don't want the sound effect. We had somebody chasing us in an assault ornithopter. Yesterday, it was honestly comical, dude. They have no idea what they're doing with the balance of the game. Assault ornithopters should be able to somewhat keep up with the scout ornithopter, especially, say, like a tier 6 assault ornithopter should most definitely keep up with a tier 5 scout ornithopter, especially if that scout ornithopter just has a storage. Maybe the boost kind of changes that a little bit and allows the scout to get away from a tier 6 assault. But honestly, the tier 6 assault ornithopters should be what people are using to engage with PvP. It should be the meta to engage with PvP. It causes them to have a little bit more of a risk forced behind, like, doing the meta PvP, you know what I'm saying? If you turn the tables, you break their assault ornithopter, whereas they max can break your scout. It's kind of the point I'm making. We are going to swoop through these. I think this is where that one guy's base was. Yeah, H6. It was like right here. We'll see if he rebuilt his base, bro. I would hope not. I would hope not. It was like right here. Here you go. Well, let's keep heading west. Westward. Something probably going down out there. This is what I was concerned with, and it's looking like it is going to start turning this way. Deep Desert is... So the most fun I've had in this game is messing around raiding, trying to break into people's bases. I'm, like, desperate to get an online raid, too, against somebody. I just want to know if they'll jump into voice chat and what sort of reactions we'll get. But, with the Deep Desert changes, I was like, man, ain't nobody going to build out the Deep Desert no more in the PvP zone, because there's no damn reason to. You can get halfway out into E. There's really no reason to be out here. And the fun of it, too, was kind of like the possibility of running into a big guild mega base, you know? And what are the chances you end up breaking into that? Who even knows? And now chances are we never will. Because I still don't think that there's much of a reason for a guild to build a mega base out here when they could just do it in tile E. It's unfortunate. Oh, we also kind of figured out the timeline in between storms out here. It seems that they happen between 45 minutes and I swear I've seen like an hour and a half. And it's like picked randomly sometime between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. I know we're kind of deep right now. There's never any land in I. So we're kind of deep right now. That would technically be the land we want to hit up, but I want to swoop all the way to the back and then kind of lawnmower this on our way back. I mean, I guess to be fair, I should be checking these. I should be lawnmowering it on my way. There's no reason for me to fly over sand. So we'll go up, hitting up these islands, and then swoop down, hitting up those. And there's kind of like a sand gap right here. Sometimes they can be tucked in here, so it's nice to do like a nice scan of each island, you know? I've had a couple slip between my fingers. This is probably the most dangerous part of trying to raid a base, is scouting it out. You're most likely to run into some people at this point in time, and then you can't really be like 700 meters up and get the best view of an island, especially because there is a bit of a render distance on these bases. So if it's small enough, you won't even see it. There's another big sand pit right there. Man, you actually have some islands out in Sector I. I mean, it's right at the beginning of Sector I, but still, you don't see islands this far out typically. How many days are in this month? It's 30. 1, 2. Wednesday. Wednesday. Once Human is coming out with a new update, and we are for sure going to be jumping in. That might be a base right there. I think we just found a base. That's definitely a base, dude. Wow, who's going to base up all the way in Sector I? It's a Harkonnen base as well. Man, who the hell bases up all the way out here? Let's check this one, and then we're going to fly back and stop at that one real quick. Just to go make sure it's not abandoned, because last week we tried to raid a base that was abandoned. It was a waste of time. Oh, like I was saying, though, we've got Once Human coming out with a new scenario next week. I'm actually really hyped up for this scenario here. It's been a real long time since they've dropped any substantial new content, and they've also got a PvP raid zone mode coming out, which is a lot like a Rust. Where was that guy's base at? Was it over there? Or was it that one right there? It's got to be that one, right? There's a new PvP mode coming out that's like Rust. And that also somewhat has my interest peaked. Once human, I've got like a bad experience with the PvP inside of that game, between like exploits and the lack of an anti-cheat, because we are dealing with NetEase here, so the cheaters run rampant. And I'm assuming the same problems are going to happen on this. But the whole mode itself kind of does pique my interest. Let's try and land this thing without making any noise. The whole thing does pique my interest. Give me a minute. Alright. I was going to make sure this guy's base is not entirely abandoned. Ooh, a little titanium hiding under there, huh? It's alright. Let me drink some water. Oh, there it is. Two of them. Careful, careful, careful. Alright, 2 of them headed out. Interesting. We might have a live raid here, fellas. Let's see if we can get over there. Oh, shit. I didn't realize it was going to be right there. I don't know if I can break Harkonnen. Guys are idiots though, dude. Unless they have generators hidden, which it doesn't look. Oh, I can almost like sneak under there too. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. We'll hide up here, I think we're gonna hide this one out, man. I don't know, I've got high hopes for this base. Bro, we got 2 actives? We got 2 actives here? Bro, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know they're probably gonna be coming back too. Worst case scenario, we try and raid and we die. Right? Oh man. I don't know how many shots it's going to take to break those walls. I don't know what the health difference is, to be honest. So many questions. Somebody left a comment on my video asking if the melee weapons... This is a killer spot to camp, too. Look at all this Stravidium. These Harkonnen bastards taking the Landsrad this month. We're going to try and break into their base. Watch it, watch it, watch it. We got to stop moving around. These guys are gliding and shit. Did you hear that? All right, how long have we been out here? We've been live for an hour and 52 minutes. I wish I was paying attention. Would you crouch or something, my friend? Hide or something. Also, we're going to have to find, like, some shade when the sun comes out. Maybe, like, down there. I mean, realistically, we should probably be down there anyways. But what's the fun in that? 1,700 meters. They might be farming a sand spice storm. What the hell was I saying? How long have we been out here, dude? Because surely there's a storm coming soon. The problem is we're all the way in Sector I, and I don't know if the storm covers the entirety of the deep desert. I was trying to count it last time when we were in Sector H, and it looked like it covered like 5 sections. So not only do we need a storm to hit, but we need it to roll through this area. So we'll sit here for a minute or two. See if we can't have one roll through. Because this is such in the back corner, bro. If we take too far off from this, we'll never get back to it in time. And we've been out for so long in the deep desert that surely we've got to be coming up on a storm soon. Even if one's hit right before we came out into the deep desert, surely there's got to be one coming soon. We had 2 flyers take off from this thing as well, so this very well could be a live raid we're looking at here, which ought to make things pretty interesting, because you'd think that they would come back and land at their base when the storm happens, right? You would think that they're not going to, like, take off into Sector E. I guess that just kind of depends on where they're at. If they end up, like, say these guys are down in... Man, what if they're doing, like, a lab or something too, but say they're like in Sector E when a storm hits, you know, are they going to take all the way back off to their base, or are they going to book it down here? Which way are they going to go? Probably to their base, you would assume.
On infiltration.
OMG, it's Spade coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, welcome. We always love getting follows over on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and reposition ourselves a bit here. I don't want to be too much on the front side because they were just flying away. But if we can get up here quickly. Not in the sun, not in the sun. I want to tuck away in a spot where we can gaze upon the base that we're about to raid. Just get me out of the sun, man. Come on. Oh, it's hitting us directly. Direct contact with the... Oh, man, it's still hitting us directly here. Go down, sun. Alright, we're burning, we're burning, we're burning. Oh, Shirley. Come on, Shirley. Oh, this is shade, though, right? Oh, come on. I'm in shade. There we go, there we go, there we go. Perfect. A little bit out in the open, but, you know, sometimes it's the best spot to hide in. I'm going to try and look up a couple of things here real quick. The health of these walls. Oh, we're heating up again. Come on. Oh, there we go. Health of 8,000. That's the wall. Alright, let's get in the shade. Get in the shade. Alright, the wall's got a health of 8,000. Shit, that's a lot, dude. What about a roof? What about the roof? First, let's check floor. Health of 8,000. Roof? Where you be, roof? Looks like everything has a health of 8,000. Rooftop, 8,000. Okay, so it doesn't matter where we go in. It doesn't matter where we attack this thing from. We just need it to be the route of the shortest distance here. And we are going to need, if the 306 damage per shot carries over, which I'm not convinced it does. I think that I'm getting cooked by the sun right now. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, this is the perfect little hole here. Nice. Can't see the base yet, but let's cool down for a second. What was I saying? Oh, if the 300 damage per shot carries over, it's only going to take like 30 shots, but there's no way it carries over. Because it takes sometimes like 20 shot. What is that? That's another base. Are these guys just now building? Oh, this could be trouble here. These guys might be setting up to raid. Oh, man. The questions are endless. What are we getting ready to walk ourselves into? Just walk ourselves out of the sun, hopefully, please. Oh, please. It's fine. We'll hang out on this side for a little bit. Keep an eye out for those ornithopters. There was 2 of them right when we got here that went flying off. I would have continued searching, except for we had those 2 people fly off. So we might actually have a live raid on our hands. That's why we're hanging out here. I don't want to get too far off before the storm hits. It's got to be coming any minute now. And we might have a live raid on our hand. But now I'm concerned because, as we saw, there's another base happening on this rock right here. There's a base popping up on this rock right here. Which, unless I'm blind and we just flew right over this base a few minutes ago, this was not there. So now I'm thinking maybe these guys are setting up to actually set the raid off, right? Look at that. It doesn't look like any progress was made on it, and it looks like a copy of this base right here. It's like they're identical copies, right? I can't be walking around on the very top. But it looks like they're identical copies. This one's 2 stories though, and that one is, where's it at? That one's only 1. I mean, it's got to be coming any minute now. It's been 8 minutes since I asked the question, how long have we been in the deep desert? So from like what I was saying, yesterday we had the storms popping off every like between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. And we've been out in the deep desert for a decent chunk of time now. So surely one's popping off soon. The problem is it gonna hit our sector? Because I don't know if they hit every single sector. Even if it doesn't, though, I think a warning pops off. The warning will just say like 8 minutes or something like that, and then eventually the warning will stop. Makes me wonder what's further south. That duo headed south. Honestly, there's probably a bunch of labs over here, and you were saying B2? B2 has a lab for sure. Oh, we're gonna get roasted right here, bro. Oh, you can. I cannot believe that worked. I don't want to engage quite yet. Oh. You think he sees
I
me?
can see you on me.
No, you can't, bro. I ain't here. You ain't see nothing. Shh, 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 shh.
I know you're shooting at my ass.
Nah, bro. That must have been the wind or something. Just sink back down into obscurity. He'll never see me right here. Okay. We've definitely got a live raid on our hands here. And they are popping around. Oh. I bet that was him that went flying off. I think I juked him out. I think he thinks I ran off that way. Bro, he found me so quick, dude. I wasn't sure if he was looking at me or not. He was. Alright, we're not as hidden in plain sight as I thought, dude. He found me quick. I don't know why I took the shot, bro. It just seemed so perfect. It seemed like the perfect opportunity. Just keep hiding in cracks, bro. Eventually a storm's gonna come and then the raid will be on. Have we been... Oh my god. Have we been outed again? Oh my god. Do these guys know I'm here? Or is that somebody else? Bro, this is so popping off right now. A whole guild is coming out here, dude. This is a second part of the guild base, I bet. Ah, shit, bro. A guild's getting ready to base up out here. It's alright. That's all right. This will be section 1 of the raid here, where we're probably going to get foiled. But come the end of the week, we're going to be taking these guys down. Taking them down good. I don't know if he knows where I'm at. But they are hanging, bro. They are definitely hanging around. He's up there. I heard him. I heard you swap your weapon up there, bud. Oh, yeah, there you go. I'm still not convinced that I'm alone. I'm not convinced. Oh, here we go. I'm not convinced I'm alone enough to get on the top yet. Maybe once it's dark. It's getting ready to turn nighttime. I think there's somebody up there still. What did I tell you, bro? Oh my gosh, dude, there's so many people here. Let me know if my mic's all messed up. Let me know if we have that interference going on with the mic. We did bounce that mic around quite a bit when we were moving it. I feel like every time somebody leaves the top of this mountain, somebody else hits the top of this mountain. And I'm still not convinced that we're safe. We're going to wait until dark to go position up. My God, I can't believe we were just moving around on the top, bro. Right when that guy when that guy rolled in. He says, "I see you, bro," as I'm hiding in a crack, dude. I'm in a hole at the top of this mountain. I see you, bro. Okay. I'm still not convinced, but it's getting close to nighttime. Like, just on the peak of night. I'm pretty sure it gets darker, right? What the fuck? Get in the crack! What are the odds, bro?
Sector weather alert.
7 minutes.
Sandstorm is
Woo!
approaching.
7 minutes. Showtime, baby. Question is, does he see me? I think he's just flying up to glide out. Nice. 7 minutes, looks like they're heading back.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, this is nice. This is
Sandstorm
nice.
approaching.
6 minutes. I think they're just mining rocks. They might bail out of here. They're seemingly not even worried about the sandstorm, though. All right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous. What's the effective range on this pistol? 65 meters. Dude, is this just an empty base? No way these guys aren't at this base. It's entirely possible it is. Let's do this. Nervous as hell. I'm nervous as hell. We're not protected from the sandstorm either, which is a problem. It says it was 5 minutes away, so it's going to be coming from this side. I might have to move into the front of the base and attack it from there. It's probably the most risky spot to hit it from, but it's probably the only spot I'm actually going to be sheltered from the thing. Showtime, baby. 4 minutes. I'll figure out whether or not it shelters me a little bit closer to the storm actually being in the sector. Come on, come on, come on. Making too much noise. I was seeing if this possibly sheltered me. Oh, that does. This is good. Sheltered, I should be safe from the storm and be able to just, I don't know if it'll let me fire because it's not letting me aim in. But even non-aimed in, it should be able to do damage just fine. I thought this was going to be a live raid, but I'm starting to think that those were people that this is not their base. So we may have a free raid here. We may have a free raid, but it is a hot, hot, hot zone. I don't know if we're going to be able to get anything out without being detected. Because people are all over this sector, bro. People were flying in and out. This is the aluminum hotspot. The titanium hotspot. And surely, thankfully, we're going to be breaking in on this side right here. But surely, if they see that the base is currently getting raided, they're coming in. This is what Harkonnen gets for trying to take this week's lands rad. I don't very much appreciate it. As a matter of fact, I think they are going to take it. It's fine. Here we are. We're like down to the last 60 seconds here. What's good, man? Glad to see you back at it. Doc, we're back at it. And not only that, we've found ourselves a Harkonnen base here, which is going to get its butt raided. However, there's been people flying in and out of this sector like crazy. So I thought it was going to be a live raid. It's not. There's actually a base right over there, too. I don't know if I can get an eye on it here. We had to tuck ourselves in to get sheltered. I'm not going to move. There's a base right over there. But there's also, like I said, there's people flying in and out of here. I thought for sure this was going to be a live raid, which was going to make it nearly impossible. Oh, shit. Here we go. It is a live raid. Oh. Do you think he saw me? Oh. Backing out only for a second? That storm's getting ready to come in. Shit. Going back. Quickly. Okay, perfect. We're as hidden as we can possibly frickin' get right here. What is this guy doing? What's this guy doing? I'm not gonna start shooting yet. What is this guy's plan, bro? I need him to cook it. I need him to cook it out of here. We're fine. Once this storm hits and we're a little bit more covered by the sound, I just don't want my sound coming off on him, so we're delaying it a little bit here, unfortunately. The timer's counting down. It's getting louder and louder. I don't know if it's this loud on his end, though. Can't even shoot yet. It's not gonna let me shoot. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Unsheltered. Look, it sounded like he ran away. We're going to be front-sighting this thing now, unfortunately, which is going to leave it wide open. So as soon as this storm breaks and people start... I still hear him flying, I think. Come on. I swear I hear people in like vehicles around me, it sounds like. I know we're doing damage to it, so I'm not even gonna stop to look at the health. This is where it gets dangerous. I'd already be in if I didn't have to wait for that guy, bro. Not good. I mean, surely it's getting close, right? Oh, it's done. Come on, come on, come on. We're in. Fuck. Somebody's here, bro. There's a lot of safes in this thing. Come on. Okay, down, down, down. We can abandon this. There's like nothing in here I need. But first, let's check and see if if it's even worth it. Might be completely empty. Oh, hell no, bro. Full empty. Hey, Alicia! Hope you're doing well. Nothing's up here. We're just taking out bases as we fly by them, because how dare they leave nothing in there? How dare they? There's another base right there. That we'll hit up later, because we are out of here. Let's see if we can scout out some more bases on our way back. I saw all the chests and I was like, surely this thing is loaded, but it seems like they were just getting started and they're gonna find out that their base immediately got deleted. Punks. There's another base right there. We'll hit that one up next. We'll hit that one up next, but let's keep an eye out for some bases on our way back. Hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. What is that line, bro? Big fat line. Crack in the world. You're doing the deep desert right now? Finally, you're playing it. Nice. Nice. Are you staying inside of the safe zone of the deep desert? Did you manage to find a lab out there? I haven't found a lab inside of the safe zone of the deep desert yet, but Brian in the beginning of the stream was telling me that there's actually a lab in like B2. But I don't know if all of the deep desert layouts are the same, but that at least says that... That at least says labs can surely exist inside of the safe zone. Yeah, we came out here to the deep desert to check our base for some cobalt paste, and we ended up doing a bit of a scouting trip. Ran into a base, raided it, and there was absolutely nothing in there, unfortunately. However, we did walk away with 147 aluminum ingots. We'll take it. It's not nothing, you know. We'll take it. That actually just scared me, dude. I haven't seen any bases, but we didn't stop and like check as thoroughly as we were before. Still like a few pieces of land mass out that way, and genuinely I could do checking those 3 pieces. Once we get back to our base here though, we're going to take off back to our Haga Basin area, go finish up what we were doing originally in the stream, which was knocking out some of that, knocking out the rest of that base build that we're doing. I've been slacking on finishing that thing. We've been slacking. I mean, I'd be shocked if somebody decided to set up a base this close to the safe zone. The safe zone's like right there. We need to get some crystals, we need to get some jasmium, and we need to get a buggy. Get a tier 5 buggy down, that's going to make mining a whole lot easier. Both for aluminum and for the basalt that we need. I don't even need to stop at this base right here. We don't even need to stop. Ain't nothing there that we need. We're just rolling right on through. How's the mic sound, though? We're not having that problem? Damn it, I meant to ask that once somebody jumped into the chat. I meant to make sure. I was wiggling this thing around all over the place. I'm guessing not. But my anxiety... Look at this guy, dude. Actually crammed his thing. Is that a 2x1? Hold on. This guy got his ornithopter crammed into a 2x1. Is it genuinely being protected? What the hell, bro? Is that really being protected? Let me jump out. Can I see? Damn it, I can't see through the wall. My thing still thinks it's gliding. Alright. Sounds good, good. Appreciate it. I feel like that's not protecting his ornithopter, but I could be wrong. And if it is, that's actually crazy. That might end up being like the meta base to slap down in the deep desert, just as a quick forward operating base. Speaking of which, we kind of have a base made up for the deep desert that is going to be a complete and total pain in the rear end to raid. we might jump in and do that build showcase and explanation tonight, but let's take this one thing at a time here and go jump in and knock out the basalt. Let's get this buggy. Let's get this tier 5 buggy up and cooked. We got Once Human coming up on July 2nd. I don't know how many days away that is. I believe it's next Wednesday. We're going to be pushing a pretty hefty live stream for the launch of that. It sucks that there's been a early access for this upcoming scenario. So technically right now, you could go on YouTube and basically learn all of the ins and outs of this new upcoming scenario. But I literally know nothing about it, right? I've been paying zero attention to what's going on. I understand kind of like the base of what they're going for, but other than that, I have no freaking clue. And so I'm excited to dive in and really jump in and see what they got going on with a new scenario. And they're also coming out with the PvP mode, which is very similar to Rust, and it's a NetEase game, and NetEase, like, really bad with their anti-cheat system, so I've never really quite enjoyed the PvP on Once Human, but that was like 6 or so months ago, so it very well could be way better by now. I just don't know. When you have that base replicator and you go to replicate a base, does it place the whole base down in one go, or do you then have to fill in every green spot? Because I built out this base that I'm talking about for the deep desert, and I put it on a replicator. And I'm like, man, do I still have to build it out after I place it down? Because at that point in time, it's like, what the hell is the replicator for if I have to build it out? Because it's a fairly simple layout. I just wouldn't need to have it on a replicator. Let's go drop this aluminum off and then go knock out some of the... So you have to fill it in tile by tile. That makes more sense for, like, massive bases. It doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense to slap down for, like, your deep desert hub, because those always should be fairly simple layouts that you can lay down pretty easily and from memory. Here we go. Yeah, I made the builds to showcase a hard to raid base, and then they made the deep desert changes, and now I just feel like slapping down a forward operating base in Sector E right before the PvP zone is just, you're better off doing that. So I'm not even entirely sure if that's even worth it anymore, and that's why I was saying, like, the 2x1 that you can slap down with the Ornithopter on the top might be about all you freaking need to put out there. You think it's to prevent being able to turtle quickly? Oh. That would be an insane strategy that somebody whipped out. If in the middle of a PvP fight they pulled out a replicator and they just built themselves a house in one click and then they walk in their house. That would be ridiculous to pull off in a fight. I almost wish you could. That would be insane. I'm distracted. I don't even remember what we're here to do. Let's dump this aluminum off. Just the thought of somebody doing that had me so distracted. All right, let's ride. We're gonna start off with these crystals. Before we go back out to the deep desert, because we will end up making it back out to the deep desert sometime tonight. Before we go back out there, I need to build or find. I have a booster for this thing somewhere. We need to build or find a booster. You know, it'd also be worth me checking inside of... I have a whole box that's filled with, like, vehicle components. I should check in there before I start crafting all of this tier 5 buggy. But, what the hell was I saying? Oh, we need to find the booster for this thing. Your deep desert cluster is so chill. You got 3 different groups crawling. The same blow, all chilling. A bunch of solos there, too. Like 15 thopters in one spot. Man, isn't it crazy when you actually see some peace happening? Let one bullet fly, though, and insanity will ensue, surely. Not what we're going for. Where is it? 800 meters? How's it 800 meters? There we go. This looks like a good enough spot as any. Nice try. Nice try, you goofballs. Oh, so since you're out hitting that big... When does the worm come up? Does the worm come up after a specific amount of noise is made, or after a specific amount of spice is harvested? Because I was hitting one of those up, but I was all by myself, and I was like, I don't even know if the grandfather worm will ever come, but the more spice I harvested, the more, like, worms that were coming up. Getting big lag over here.
Sector weather. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You have no clue? So you're farming a big thing right now, but you have no idea when the grandfather worm comes out? You're out there using a sand crawler on it, you're not worried? Or have you seen the... Is there a big warning? Have you seen it happen before? Is there a big warning before it happens? Is it, like, blatantly obvious that that thing's getting ready to... Also, if you're using a sand crawler, how exactly are you keeping the sandworms off of you? If you just place a thumper on the outside of the big ring, they don't go in the big ring? Just trying to figure out exactly how that works.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, what a shot! Why didn't I fly up?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
They are doing it. Oh, you're out there with the compactor, and yeah, they thump around the border of the square to lure the worm away from all the work done. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Oh, gotcha. I see. The guild's out there with the thumpers. I see. Oh, dear. Nice try. Grenades. Not even close. Yeah, I just know I was hitting it up, and I was just farming it and then jumping up whenever I needed to. Like, no big deal. Like, jumping up whenever a sandworm came, but then all of a sudden, sandworms were coming at random, and they were, like, no longer targeting me. They just were seemingly coming at entirely random intervals and going in random directions across the big circle. And I was like, I'm getting the hell out of here before my ornithopter and me get eaten by one of these random sandworms. And that's why I was like, maybe it's like amount of spice harvested determines when the sandworm is the big one's gonna come. Because it was getting like more hectic and more hectic the more I harvested. Maybe it could also be something where it's like, maybe it's a specific time between when it actually breaks the sand and, like, maybe they're only live for a specific amount of time regardless of the amount of noise or the amount of sand that's harvested, like 20 minutes or something, and then the big worm comes in. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm like you, there's practically zero chance I ever end up in a situation where I'm using a sand crawler on it, so I'm not even typically really worried about the big ones. You started with 8 solos or duos on a worm, and three worms later you had 4 left. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh no. You're just seeing people getting picked off by this worm. Excuse me, fellas. You even notice I landed there? No, you did not. I don't know how much we need, but we're like practically out of cobalt paste, so we might as well fill up entirely here. Yeah, we're about full on this as well, not bad. Not too shabby. This might be a radiation zone. Always need more paste. I know cobalt paste is definitely one of the big ones, isn't it? It's a biggin. Next week, bro, we're jumping into Once Human. They're coming out with a new scenario, man. I'm hyped for that. I'm getting more and more excited for it the more I play Dune Awakening, to be honest. It's a lot like Dune Awakening. It's got the base building in the public server, which I freaking absolutely love. I love forcing people to gaze upon my bases. But it also has PvE that's just head and shoulders above this game. I remember when Once Human first came out, bro, we spent a lot of hours grinding that game. Also, the blocks of silicone that suck go back to the farm. Oh, wait. Also, the blocks of silicone that sucks go... Oh, so, yeah, oh, right. When you're completely out of blocks of silicone and it's like, damn it, I gotta go get more flower sand. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Thankfully, flower sand is so ridiculously easy, especially if you have the right equipment, like the compact compactor and some of those boots that make your steps quiet. Like, honestly, you could get a ridiculous amount of sand pretty dang quick. But yes, it does suck when it's like, damn, I gotta go get more of that. Same with this freaking cobalt paste, bro. It's like, damn it. And the jasmium ore is kind of another one of those things. It's like, ah, shit, I gotta go do a load. Gotta go do a load of jasmium. Speaking of which, we do need to do a load of jasmium, but let's go dump this off at the base and get the cobalt paste cooking. What time is it? Damn, it's like about the optimal dew harvesting time. It sucks. I'm not gonna be set up in time to actually harvest the dew, I don't think. Because we need to do that as well in between our trips here. We'll try, but I don't think there's any chance that I get there fast enough. The chasm was the worst part of the whole game. You hated so much. Took like 30 hours before you realized it's just a straight drive out. Yeah, it's a long straight drive out though. So if you, it is a long straight drive out. But yeah, you're right. Eventually you do reach a top, and you do reach a top. I don't know if there's any sideways up and out aside from those two sides. I agree with you though. The chasm is a complete and total pain in the ass. It's like cool, the verticality and all, but it is just a pain in the ass. I mean, you need so much. I was like, what asshole based up next to me? But no, that's me. That's me. Not getting spice? Not yet, Brian. We're gonna build up this buggy here so we can, like, get this whole process working a little bit more proper here. We only have enough jasmium to make 9 of the 147 aluminum ingots that we could possibly make. Let's see if we can cook out all of this cobalt paste here, though. 720. Beautiful. Man, we're about to lose the lands rad here. Oh, I don't know where to kill the Harkonnen house troops. It's somewhere in the deep desert. Found on the deep desert shield wall. So this is in the PvE zone. It's like, I don't know. I don't feel like doing that. We might go hit that up, though, for some schematics, I suppose. Alright, alright, alright. What else were we doing? We need to craft the buggy. In order to craft the buggy, I need paste, I believe. But I need water. We're out of water. What time is it? Damn, we missed today's water, so that's unfortunate. We also need jasmium, so we'll go hit that up as well. Let's take a look here. That's a sand bike, tread, ornithopter, buggy storage, ornithopter, a buggy PSU, MK5 big. Here's the scout ornithopter thruster, which I needed to find. Huge. I only want to use it on my buggy if it's full health. So it looks like we saved one part. Nine, 18, 27, 36, 38, and 38 is 70, what, 6? So 100 and what? 15 plus 58. I think I messed up the math there, but that's fine. 53 anyways. 60, 160. I need like 200 duraluminum plus the chassis, 253. Actually, I could cut that out. It's like 3. Okay, with the aluminum that we have and the aluminum that we have, we should be able to craft a full buggy here, tier 5. Oh, and we can even cut out the PSU, which is actually huge. So let's go do a trip of some jasmium, shall we? I'll be right back. All right. We're still a little scattered and all over the place, but that's fine. It'll tighten up as the night goes on, I'm sure. 6,000 meters. Oh my gosh, we're so far away from the jasmium, dude. Nice. Also nice. Big bases going up all over the place, huh? None bigger than mine, that's for sure. I like that one, though. The tiered triangles. I call it the pizza de pie. And this guy. Well, that guy spawned out of nowhere. I have some of these iodine pills, so we should be able to, like, get a full inventory of jasmium here. What was that, dude? What the hell was that? Fuck! Oh, I got scammed, bro. One shot. I gotta be careful because of the radiation suit that I'm wearing, bro. They do a lot of damage. I've got, like, no defense. Man, it doesn't even give you full radiation protection. These pills are stupid, bro. So dumb. Oh, wait. Is my radiation going down? I don't even know if my radiation is going up. I might have spoke too soon. Damn, look at this guy, bro. This guy said, hell nah, bro. I'm setting up a base right here. When we get jasmium, we get it all in one, he says. Somebody else said they had a base set up and they had a loop out here, and their base was actually in a non-radiation zone. I think that would have been a better spot. This guy's dumb. Oh, come on, break, you son of a bitch. Just out of the Harco PvP area. Was it you, Doc, who was telling me that, yeah, it might have been you. Might have been you who was telling me. Let's roll out to that spot, actually. Be like right over there. Yeah, it was you that was telling me this, and this is actually a killer spot for a base. We may potentially move a base out here. I'm thinking we're going to end up eventually abandoning the Dew base. So what we're going to do is we'll finish the Dew base, because it's still not finished aesthetically, right? So eventually, one of these days, we'll go back and finish the Dew base just in granite to keep it all the same. But then we'll just end up putting it on a replicator and then abandoning it because... yeah, you posted up like right out here or something. Right out here. Boom. Somebody said that they were posted like right there and they could basically take their buggy and then do a loop and hit up this loop and then swoop down. Yeah, that's a killer spot. Great idea. This might even be a big... This even looks like it's a big field right here. Is this a big field? Look, there's a base right there, too. I wonder if that one's in a PvP zone. That's not a big field, but damn, there's like one in each of those. I mean, I guess that's a big field. It's hella spread out right there. You're closer to the other end, I see. Interesting little spot right here. I thought it might be close to the PvP zone and we'd be able to check if you could raid a base in here. I don't think... Somebody was telling me that the loot ends up getting locked in a way that even if you could end up breaking it, you wouldn't end up getting any of the loot. But it's not even in a PvP spot anyways. I was just thinking, if it's in a PvP spot, maybe the storm drops its shield as well. But I'm pretty sure even if a base's shield drops, that you can't do damage to it out here. Because the base next to me on the Dew Gap actually had its shield dropped, and I was shooting at it to see if it was doing any damage. I don't think it did. I wasn't very scientific about it. Storage is full. Nice. That means as soon as we fill ourselves up, we are good to go. There's a Harco base with tier 5 schematics. Oh, yeah, right there. You could also run that up, you're right, into this whole into this whole loop. Pretty dang easily. It's tier 5 schematics that come out of that thing, for real? I thought the only tier 5 schematics were in the PvE zone of the deep desert for some reason. But I haven't, like, to be honest, I haven't done a whole lot out here. Damn, I should have just hit up the island that had them. I should have just hit up that one island that had them in the pools, because right now we're just wasting the time that we have left on our radiation here. Damn it. Is this another guy here? This is another, the same base. Nope, there's another one. Alright, good. We can fill up our inventory here. Quickly. One more. Damn, bro. What is this thing doing, dude? Settle down, buddy. Settle down. Cool, we got a full thing of jasmium, we got a full thing of cobalt paste going. The cobalt paste should push us past the point where we can actually build this buggy. We may need just a little bit of duraluminum, but we just got these crystals, so we should be able to turn the 147 aluminum that we have into duraluminum, so that's no big deal. And then we'll have the full tier 5 buggy paired with the tier 5 unique buggy storage and a tier 5 unique buggy cut array. Then we'll be back on track to hit up basalt and a mining ore run at night, and then during the day knock out the build, because building at night is just too frustrating, bro. We're done building at night. It's gotten out of hand. We out of gas. I think we cooked up all of our spice last night into melange when we were off stream. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna double check that because we had like 20,000 spice that we were gonna cook up, but we needed water, and I think I did that last night. What's the day job for you, man? Are you full-time gaming content creator now? That's a bit of a tricky question. Like, yeah, you could consider me a full-time gaming content creator, but realistically, my job title I would label is stay-at-home dad, and there's a whole lot that comes along with that aside from, you know, just being at home all the time. My wife works from home, so like, during the day, I'm taking care of her and our kid, and we homeschool the kids. So I'm also like running the homeschool with the kid, and then even at night, like I don't feel great like dumping the kid off on her. So we're running the household basically. But prior to that, we were actually can you actually fly up on top of Godzilla's rock? Which one is that? Which one is Godzilla's rock? Because I bet you can. You might burn through a bunch of gas trying to do that. Prior to this, I was working at Walmart. And, oh, you got it then. Yeah, you got it. You got it harder than I do, because I've only got one kid, and it's freaking insanity. Oh, it just turned to nighttime? Nice. We need to go hit up a water run. Perfect timing. Yeah, I got one kid, and it's a handful, bro. I can't even keep up with it. I called my mom out here the other day because my wife's grandfather recently passed. So she was like out of town dealing with that. And I was like, yo, can you come out here and help me get a handle on this house? Because it's gotten out of hand. And it mainly got out of hand because our freaking vacuum broke, bro. So it was fucking insane, dude. It was insane, bro. Whoa, we need... Actually, what's my fuel at? We might be able to make it. I did this last night. 20, it's plenty. I did it last night with 10. Yeah, prior to this, I was working at Walmart, and my wife ended up transitioning from part-time to full-time at her job. And so she was like, I think that you should come home, because I'm going to need help with the kid if I'm doing full-time. And also, you're pushing your YouTube channel, so... It's good. It's really nice to have a spouse that is supportive of the dreams that we have going on, you know what I mean? Definitely wouldn't be this far, wouldn't have made it this far without her. Probably wouldn't have even started the channel, realistically. Though that might not be true, because even back in the day, like, I've got a YouTube channel from when I was like 12 years old where I made some RuneScape, old school RuneScape PKing videos. So we've always been into creating, and even past that, I've got another YouTube channel where I was rapping with my homeboy. It's actually a music video out on YouTube. Those can come out via somebody else digging them up in a big expose when I'm famous enough for that to be a thing. You know what I'm saying? But we've always been to do something when it comes to like making something and making money making something, you know. So I'm not surprised we ended up landing on YouTube. I'm a little pissed off that we left YouTube back in the day, when in reality I was making videos before you could even make money making videos. Can you act on Godzilla's rock? Ah, oh, damn it! Did I pass it? This rock right here, or this one? Because there's ones that are even higher than this, or this one, or this one, huh? Maybe this one. Bear paws. I'll try to locate it for you. Let me know if I was even close to picking the right spot. Right into the hole, damn it. I know it's a really poor dew harvesting time. I'm pretty certain that the earlier it is, the less you get, and that you get more and more the later it gets. I'm not positive on that. Sometimes things happen in this game, and I think man, what's it called when you take a fake pill that's not actually supposed to help you, but you think it helps you? You end up taking a sugar pill. I think that's what I keep doing to myself. Like, when I look up, when I'm flying up with the ornithopter and I'm convinced that it's making me rise faster, I'm not 100% convinced of that. I think the maximum limit that you can fly up with the ornithopter is 850. But you're going to be burning your temperature. Your temperature might run out before you get that high. And also you're going to be burning through gas as well. Though you can have enough fuel cells to placebo effect. There you go. Thank you. That would have driven me nuts. It's like not a placebo effect, but it's like a placebo explanation that I'm giving it. I feel like that's what's happening, but I'm not for certain. With fuel cells, you can kind of counteract the amount of fuel that you waste by flying up too high, but you can't really do anything about the heat. We did get a... let's take a look at that real quick. Because we did get, from that raid, the one thing I was interested in. We got 2 of these Sandcrawler engines. Probably never going to use them. And we got the Storm Rider Boost module. I can't tell if this goes on the Scout Ornithopter or the regular Assault Ornithopter. I can't tell. I'm thinking Scout Ornithopter. But I think it gives me the same speed. It's just a reduction in heat. Where is it? This is just 125 heat and power consumption per second at 60. What was the power consumption on this? At 60. So it's a 10-10. It's like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be any more speed, but a bit of a heat reduction. So I don't know how great those are, actually. It's a poor dew harvesting time. Damn, we, like, wasted this whole field at a poor dew harvesting time. Let's go swap out our inventory real quick. Just about time. It's not a big deal if I'm not harvesting that at the optimal time, but I don't think I can... So once the optimal time hits, I don't think I have enough time to hit up that field and this field. I think, like, it's about right when I start that field, it goes from optimal to poor dew harvesting time. Ah, yeah, I did not mean to do that. Is that Godzilla's rock you're talking about over here? Is this Godzilla's rock because this guy built this thing sticking out of this rock? Oh my gosh, if that's what you're talking about, I'm going to be amazed because we've only flown by that thing. Yeah, press T and look for the blue time, yeah. So also, I don't know if did it just swap? Damn it, it did. If I wouldn't have I pressed T right as it swapped times. If you just stand here, all of that UI will pop up the second that it turns optimal. So you don't technically need to keep hitting T. It'll pop up for a second or two before it disappears right when it turns time. Two ticks from the pure blue is optimal. Literally, I don't even know what you're saying right now. Oh, right. Yeah, once it gets to that point, I'm saying that screen pops up. So you'll just be standing here, and then all of a sudden it'll turn optimal time to harvest due, and that'll pop up. And then you're like, oh, all right, it's good. It's showtime. At least it was doing that for me. We wasted so much dew over here. Damn, we wasted a lot of dew. That's alright, this should be plenty enough water to knock out the amount of duraluminum that we need to finish off the buggy. We might even genuinely be able to finish it off anyways. We were kind of just waiting on the cobalt paste to craft, which in all reality might be crafted. Let's head on back. 90% of the items that are in that chest where I pulled this buggy PSU out of are going to get recycled, so I could potentially do that and walk away with maybe some more cobalt paste, but some duraluminum ingots to help the whole process. Running on fumes. Oh no. Liars, bro. We still got 9%. Nice. All right, let the click fest begin, huh? My favorite part about collecting water. Seeing how fast I can click 250 times. Oh, of course. Of course it's going to come from the loadout first, because that's the one that you want it to go out of first, right? I need to install an auto clicker, dude. This is ridiculous. The second I finally get fed up enough to install an auto clicker is going to be the day that they drop the deposit all button. Right, before we get to duraluminum crafting, I know that I'm going to need water to make the bike itself as well. Or make the buggy as well. Alright. So we need the utility rear correct. We need 4 of the treads. We need an engine. We don't need a PSU, but we do need a chassis, and we need a hull. All right, there we go. That's everything for the buggy. Perfect. Oh, can't make any fuel, huh? Out of fuel cells. Ah, this is a problem that I should be able to fix. I'm gonna have to expose my hidden generator storage, though. Yeah, we're not fixing that with this, because each of them only got 25 in it. Oh, man, it's gonna be fuel less, so we need to at least go hit up one fuel cell. I believe there's one over here. Damn, I didn't... Oh, shit, dude, I'm so dumb. I should have used my ornithopter to do this. Oh, let's get on the map real quick and see if I can ping one out. Oh, where are you at? There's one here, here. There's none closer. Gotta go down. Let's start off here. What? This is why we ping on the map, because I would have never assumed that this was this direction. Power pack's about to break. It's not that close, okay? It should get us through some of these, right? If I stop wasting power, it might. Damn it, it's up top. Really? Where's this thing at? Oh, it's all the way in the middle? Like, damn. I wouldn't have come here first. Alright, I'm about to get irritated. Absolutely lied to. Unless it's somewhere up here, which it could be, I suppose.
Halt and identify.
This is 2 pings. Are they not here? Like, what is going on? This is the second one that's just not where it's supposed to be. This is why we should... Oh, there we go, there we go. Like, damn, this is why we should have brought out the ornithopters, so they're so much easier to find. Okay. That ought to do us. Let's go repair our power pack so we don't get stuck. So we don't get stuck without one. Last jump. Come on now. Beautiful. I can't help but think even when this base is finished, this is gonna be how we end up getting around it. But that's fine. Fuel cells. Perfect. I'm gonna have to cancel that cobalt paste crafting so I can get a medium fuel cell a bit faster. Which is frustrating, but it is what it is. Let's take a quick look at this storage, though. Max volume of 2,750 with an item slots of 30, whereas I believe this is a tier 5, so let's go to the tier 5 storage. $2,500 with an item slot of 20. And this is 3,000 with an item slot of 20. This is more item slots. You check out the test servers at all? No, I haven't. I'm not a huge fan of test servers inside of these games. First off, I believe that they're forcing people to still progress inside of these test servers, and I think it's just at the regular slow progression pace. And I'm like, not about that, bro. And then second off, I'm pretty sure that, and second off, I'm just not a huge fan I'm just not a huge fan of playing tester. You know what I mean? Especially considering that any feedback that I give is most likely not going to end up being anything that actually gets addressed. And I don't want to play bug tester for shit. And also, like, games that do the testing, it's kind of lame to me, in my opinion. Just because of the strategies that it's like you gotta play the test servers in the early access in order to actually build up like actual strategies that make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the content creators who jumped into the early testing did so to get an early jump on figuring out how the game works. Mikey coming in with the subscription over on YouTube. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I'm assuming you're here, though you might be watching another raid video of mine. Sorry that your base got slapped there, my friend. Am truly not that sorry about it. I'm sorry. I'd do it again. I would do it again if I'm being honest. I'll be right back, though. Smells like smoke in here. Smells like smoke in here. Yeah, 10 extra bodies. Bear paws. That's a really good thought right there. Is using a buggy for body storage in order to feed the death stills. Hadn't even thought about that. Huge. That's technically 30 bodies if that doesn't like over capacity. I'll be right back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You on, Mikey? Because I still only like half believe that it was genuinely your base. I was telling my wife this. I was like, the chances of the person's base that I rated watching my video, I would say are freaking astronomical. That's why I didn't respond, because I didn't want to feed into somebody who I thought was possibly making it up. But then I saw that you were responding to everybody else in like multiple comments, and I was like, maybe this was his base, dude. Like, what are the chances? What are the chances? Let's get this cobalt paste taken care of here. Did that refund my water? I don't know if it did, but it better have. It must have, because I could have still crafted all of that paste. Perfect. But yeah, that's kind of my whole thought on the test servers, Doc. It's like, I don't know. Well, a lot of the games, like I played, what was Starbase. Is that what it was called? I played Starbase for a while. Bro, that's actually going to kill me now. I'm pretty sure it was Starbase. And that game came out with test servers. And what ended up happening was the test servers completely overran the actual servers. So it caused like a major split in the player base. I don't think that's going to happen with Dune because of the fact that I don't think they're like boosting progression and stuff like that. Because I'm pretty sure in Starbase it was like boosted progression. Or like Starbase launched in a pretty piss poor state. So when they were running the test servers, I think that had all of like the new content on it. Why is it only giving me a manage vehicle option? What am I missing on this thing? We're missing something. Did I not make an engine? We have an engine. Oh. Did I put the PSU away? I must have. Oh my god, we're still a whole layer off. I'm gonna get lost in this thing so many times once we get the roofs on it and I can't just fly around. Right, the PSU is somewhere in here. Dude, this is actually gonna drive me nuts. It's here somewhere. I didn't even hit these chests. That's the problem. I for certain did not hit these ones. There needs to be a search bar on this, on these chests. There it is. Oh my gosh. There we go. Alright, let's ride. Let's go do our first load. We need basalt, we need aluminum, we need any of the fuel cells that we see. Is this something I can mine? It's not. Okay, mining in the dark is a pain in the ass too. Damn, 203 using the unique cutter compared to 155 we were getting before. Nice. Now we got this thing riding up here, we can really start stockpiling the aluminum ingots and then turning them into duraluminum. At that point in time, it's like we'll have tier 5 ornithopters for days, bro. Doesn't matter if we lose any of them out in the deep desert. It already realistically doesn't matter if we lose the one that we have back at the base because we have more than... Actually, not more than enough, but we have the other ornithopter at the Dew base. I'm wondering if there's any other massive fields inside the game similar to the one that we found originally. Because we could potentially be hitting up another location as well on top of the big field that we hit up. If I could find a fuel cell, that would be massive. Damn, I don't have this side marked. Alright, let's just keep our eye out for fuel cells. I think we're gonna swoop up around that way. I was gonna ping one on the map and then, like, mine stuff on my way to it, but that's fine. Oh, huge one right here. Dude, 756 out of 1? That's so crazy. We got like 500 out of the ones with our previous tier 5 cut array. This unique's crazy. This might be 2 basalt stones right here. Oh, nope. Looked like it. I think this is back up the way we came, but that's fine. Maybe not. There's some aluminum? Yeah. Maybe we just missed that on our way down. Oh, just missed it. We'll go up here just a little bit. It's just about turning day. You should be able to quick swap seats by just tapping F instead of hitting up this radial wheel every time. I should have freaking time stamped what time that raid we were able to do earlier happened so we could try and head back out to the deep desert around the time another sandstorm's gonna hit, you know what I mean? They're changing that to swap seats. Oh, that'd be so big, dude. Just like a quick tap of the F button in order to swap seats would be huge. Also, quick, check this out. In the when I'm in the driver's seat, you see on the bottom left, it's got the engine, it's got the whatever, the other thing. Excuse you, I'm talking. And then it's got the cut array, but then it's got a question mark, dude. What is that? I've never seen that. That's the storage that we have on here. But I don't know why it says question mark. Huge. No, not your raid. Raid earlier, Mikey. We never stop raiding around here. We went out to the deep desert to see if I had some cobalt paste out there. I did not, and then we flew around for about an hour until we found a base and then hit it up as a raid. It was completely empty. I mean, we got 147 aluminum ingots from breaking their chests, but aside from that, it was empty. Absolute jerks, leaving it empty? Who do they think they are? That's unacceptable. We must have caught him like right after they set the thing up to be like a titanium base too. If we'd have just waited like a day or two, there might have been like thousands of titanium in there. It'd been crazy. Oh yeah. We came up here. Now we need to make do I make that in here? We do. Basalt stone. All right, I gotta pull it out of my boogie. I'm gonna need to make more storage because when this runs out of, when anything in your base runs out of storage, it just starts dumping it into another chest, and I don't know what happens if you run out of chests. So you build there the day of the change, and you notice that when flying back, but you had to go to work? No way! No, what server are you on? Because I still don't 100% believe you, but with how much you were replying to everybody's comments, bro, you've convinced me a bit. You can't put a scanner on the buggy, can you, Bear? I thought you could. Yeah, that would definitely be nice. All right, we've got 22 of these popping out 250 each. That's only 5,000. 5,500. How many do we currently have? Dugap! Oh no, Mikey. Oh shit, bro. I told my wife, I was like, the chances of it being, the chances of him actually watching the video, it being his base, are astronomical. But guess what, Mikey? We hit those chances, bro. That sucks, dude. Damn. You know, to be honest, your base was out in the PvP zone regardless. I probably would have been out in the deep desert raiding whether or not the update came out anyways, if we're being entirely honest. Ever since the first raid we pulled off, man, it's so much fun. If you haven't done it yet, Mikey, you've got to do it. It's too good. It's too good. Brings a level of intensity that's a lot of fun. All right, we got the plastone going. Oh, I need to craft a couple of chests. Just in case we start to run out of storage here. Yeah, when I first saw your comment, I was like, no way. That's why I didn't even reply. I was like, 0 chance. And then it was like hours later and I was combing through the comments and I was like, oh my gosh, he's replying to like everybody, dude. maybe it was his base, bro. The one guy's like, the player's gonna quit. And you're like, it was me. I was like, was it really, dude? I'm shocked. Oh no, dude. No, it'd have been too late anyways. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. When I first flew by the base, I saw the assault ornithopter, so when I came back as the storm was coming in, I was convinced. I was like, this is going to be a live raid, finally. I was like, I'm going to have a live raid to record, and it was not. It was not a live raid. Brutal. Even today, we were in the deep desert, dude, and there was people flying in and out, and in and out, and in and out. That didn't even end up turning into a live raid. I'm so confused. What were we doing? We had the plastone cooked. It's just about daytime. Let's... That's not supposed to be there. Let's do some roofing, I think. I believe this is the next section that needs to be roofed off. Or no, it was this one down here. Take that one down. No. Oh my gosh. Brutal. Absolute. I was like, I can't believe somebody left their assault ornithopter out here. You're a madman for leaving all that out there in the deep desert. You're absolutely insane. It's like every place we put a roof is like creating another spot where we could have like some sort of decking. So I'm like, damn. I'm still not sure how exactly we're gonna decorate the tops of these roofs. We're just trying to lay out the base foundations of roofs here. Get everything closed off. Water harvesting? What we do for water harvesting, Bear, is we head out to the dew field. We head out to the dew field. Mikey, you couldn't just, like, farm up some salvage? Couldn't farm some salvage real quick and craft some welding wire? I mean, damn, you should have had the, You should have had the, welding torch in your inventory, no? He didn't have his welding torch, no. No. Well, shit. Okay, we're gonna leave that unroofed because that's a deck. Maybe we do this. This might help us decorate these things later because it's a bit boxy right now. Oh man, that is brutal. It's unfortunate that I don't get access to your body as well because I'd have taken those also. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh man. Oh, water harvesting. Yeah, so we got to bounce between water harvesting and also harvesting the basalt, and we harvested the basalt last night. How often do you find bases to raid now? It's such a good question, Clumpy. I've been out searching for bases since the update only a couple times. The first time where we found poor old Mikey's base out there, and the second time we flew out and there was like nothing until we found a couple of Harkonnen bases. It looked like a guild was in the process of setting up a couple of bases to farm up titanium with. But other than that, there were no bases out there. And I was even saying when we were flying around, I don't anticipate people building out in the deep desert very often anymore, which kind of sucks. I'm not sure what a VA rating is, Mikey, so I'm going to assume not. Okay, we got this roofed off. That got roofed off. This... needs a wall. Nah. We're not veterans, Mikey. No. Nope, that's why somebody came in here, like, I think it was day 1 when we were doing our speed run. And they were like, you must be the most patriotic Dune streamer there is right now. And I was like, well, if anybody's a veteran in playing, I think they got me beat. I think they definitely got me beat. How's this gonna get roofed off here? This is meant to be the hallway to the crafting room, so I don't want a ridiculous amount of, like, height, you know? It's meant to be like a hallway. Just a regular old hallway. So honestly, Clumpy, I can't answer that question fully right now. Like, I still found a couple of bases out there, but it was definitely a big guild setting up. It looked like what was going to be a cluster of bases. It'll be interesting to see over the next cycle or two of the deep desert if truly the bases start to disappear like I think they're going to. You built right on the edge of E now, like everyone else. They killed base rating with that update. They did. It's unfortunate, Mikey. I would have to agree with you, and I only anticipate the amount of bases that we're able to raid slowing down, which does suck. It's definitely something I've had the most fun with, and honestly, that's why I keep talking about Once Human, because next week on Wednesday, July 2nd, Once Human is dropping their big update, which is coming out with a new PvE scenario, which we're going to be diving into a lot. And they're also coming out with, I just don't like the way this is going to be roof connected to foundation. I don't know how I'm going to fix that, but we're going to leave it for now. But they're also coming out with a PvP scenario, which is very similar to Rust in a sense of it's a free-for-all. So I'm a little bit nervous and skeptical about that, just because of the fact it's netties that we're talking about here. And my last PvP experiences inside of Once Human were a lot of cheaters. But I've had so much fun raiding bases inside of Dune Awakening that we might jump over to their PvP mode as well. But we're for sure diving into their PvE mode, which is going to be crazy. They should allow base raiding as it's not PvP directly, and if you don't keep it empty, you risk... And if you don't keep it empty, you risk losing it. Like, keep A safe if you must, then make the rest of the deep desert raidable. but at least put a PvP to DTE instead. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Is it's so they like distinguish the raidable versus non-raidable, because right now inside of the PvE zone, those are considered safe bases. I get what you're saying. I just think that would cause too many problems, because I feel like not enough people understand. A lot of people are building their bases opposite opposite of a way that's going to actually like protect it. You know what I mean? So I'm just not sure if enabling base, that would just lead to people, a lot of PvE people having problems. Like if you build in the PvP zone, that's one thing, but now if all of a sudden people in the PvE zone can get raided, they're going to be all sorts of upset. This is another hallway. Huh. So maybe... let's make this a floor instead, and this will be like a little offshot of a balcony. Just one of the many offshots of balconies that we have. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. We've made another hallway. I said this was gonna happen, didn't I? I said every time we put up a roof, I'm seeing another floor that we could use, so why not? And here we go again. It happened. It's alright, this at least fixes the problem I was having with the fact that those aren't the same. Roof next to foundation made no sense. But if I'm being real, Mikey, base rating should have never been a thing in this game. I think that people building out in the deep desert are in the PvP zone of the deep desert are madmen. They're insane. I just don't see the use case of it, because even in your base, you would have had to take multiple trips in order to fly that. Fly those resources out. So at that point, it's like, you might as well fly them out while you're gathering them. Especially, like you're saying, now that you can just fly them out to the E zone, you don't technically have to fly them out. Just kind of a launch off point if you need it. Just a bit of a launch off point if you need it, huh? Well, you thought it would take way longer to get in than 3 shots from a pistol to get in. You thought raiding would be difficult timing-wise. You also didn't realize that Plastone was way more durable. Plastone is way more durable, but that just means it takes it. I think it's a little bit more than 3 shots. I mean, you're being a little bit dramatic. It took a little bit more than 3 shots to get in. Maybe like 9 shots to get in or something like that. But yeah, you were definitely building with the weakest material, unfortunately. But even if you were building with the Plastone, I would have been able to get into that as well. It just would have taken not even that many more shots, to be honest. We broke into that one, and it was like, what? It was like 30 shots. It did math out to like 30, I think. Alright, it's nighttime. Let's go get some water. Let's go fill up on the water here, because I'm not building at night. It's such a pain. That's why I keep making these videos, though, Mikey. I'm trying to let people know you're building your bases inside of the deep desert, and they are so easy to raid. The first raiding video I put out, I actually titled the video, "Is it too easy to raid inside of Dune Awakening?" And the massive consensus inside of the comments was, yes, it's in fact way too easy to raid inside of Dune Awakening. I didn't expect to even be able to use a pistol in order to break bases down. And as soon as I figured that out, it was game on, bro. Game on. I think that the rating system shouldn't even be timed. I think it should just be almost mimic Rust's rating system, where you have to actually put out some effort and use some materials in order to get into a base. Because that kind of balances out, where it's like I have to use a decent amount of materials to even make the explosives to get into certain bases, you know? But it's hard to hit. It's hard to hit like the level of balance that Rust has with their base making, right? Because they've got like where the walls and the roof is more durable than the doors, so your easiest way to break into somebody's base is through the doors. And then if it's wood, you can use fire, but if it's metal, you can't use fire anymore, right? It'd be hard to hit Rust levels of like intricacy when it comes to their base rating. But I think if it was like free for all and not storm timed, and then they actually required you to say craft, did they even come out with this weapon yet? I suppose we should check. No. They're coming out with a rocket in the tier 5 section, but say, for example, they made you craft this tier 6 rocket launcher before you were able to go and break into bases, you know? That would be something. But no, it's easy, bro. Easy. That's why I said if you haven't done it, you should definitely do it. It's just that easy. You might run into a base like Mikey's who's just stacking, bro. Nobody knows why he was stacking so much. He thought he was safe. And honestly, he was safe. There's not a whole lot of people that I've seen raiding. That was a mistake. Right. Mikey said no more talking about the raid. My bad, my bad. My bad. After we do this water run here, we might pull off a base building here, because I have a lot of the roof build up. Well, we might pull off a base building and go pop our heads back in the deep desert and see. What's funny is, when you're out there raiding a base in the deep desert, you literally risk nothing. I risk the fuel cells that I have on my body. You know, like the PvP in this game is so unbalanced, it's like not even worth partaking in. The best case scenario, you're a PvPer who runs into somebody with a full storage chest, right? But in PvP versus PvP, it's like pointless. And even PvP versus PV, somebody who's like farming is just like not realistic either. The reward is just not there. All right. Right, due time. That's what I'm checking. All right, we're getting close. I'm not going to start until it's a lot closer to optimal, and then we're probably going to run over there and smash out our regular loop. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get some water cooking, huh? Man, what a curve, bro. I was like, damn it, we jumped right into the mountain again, but we just absolutely nailed that curve. I'm gonna say it's still gonna say poor, but that's fine. Like I said, we can't harvest both of these fields in the amount of time that we have on optimal, so we're just gonna hit it up. I'm not gonna hit T this time though, and you'll see that the little UI that pops up when I do hit T will just pop up automatically as soon as it's optimal time to harvest. I don't think that was happening when the game first launched, but I think they made it that way so people stopped missing the harvest time. If it was happening since day one, then I suck, man. Because I missed a lot of harvest times. And I swore there was another dew field right there. Oh, damn, did it pop up? I wasn't paying attention. It's optimal time to farm now, so maybe it didn't pop up. Pretty sure that was a day one thing. Well, damn, I missed so many harvest times then. That's not what I want to hear. So many times where I was like sitting and waiting for it to be the optimal time and still ended up missing it because I got distracted doing something or other. Oh, baby. We're filling up the water now. I don't know why I thought that would work. Damn, we really are filling up the water, aren't we? That's a... Oh, nope, one more. Damn near entirely full load. Beautiful. Get down there. When should you receive your special? You're level 50. When should I receive my special? You're level 50. Your special what? Big. That's a freaking entirely full load. Huge. Something just happened. If I had to predict, it's a YouTube subscriber. It'll pop up here any minute now. Rolly Rips coming in with the subscription. That's 2 in one night that I can guarantee are here. Whoa, did you guys see that block hose just to fire? It's 2 in one night that I can guarantee are here, whereas in typically, I don't know if they're watching the live stream or watching another video. But either way, we appreciate you being here. Welcome. I still don't know what special thing you're talking about. Rolly, you're level 50. You receive your special. Your special what? Your ability? Your skills? Your skills have to be slotted into your ability bar. Alright, that was a massively successful night of farming water. Let's take a quick peek at the base here and figure out what roofs are left needing it done. That's all open. This is supposed to be open. I might put like pillars up in like a awning type thing, but that's meant to be open. That got roofed good. Roofed up good. Alright, so we need a roof up in through here. And also a roof up in through that hallway. And then this all needs to be roofed off. That's about it then. That's about it then. We do need to figure out what we're doing with the ornithopter bay up here. First off. I don't know what this thing's doing, bro. I don't know what that thing's doing. Let's dump this water. We about to have all the roofing done.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wonder if the sandstorms out here tie into the sandstorms in the deep desert at all. I wish when we did that raid about like an hour and a half ago, I want to say I wish when we did that we were paying attention to what time it was, so I could try and time these out. Cause I don't want to go back out into the deep desert where we know that base is and then end up waiting an hour for a raid. That would give us some time to possibly scout some more though.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Alright, big. Let's jump up and finish this roof over here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
God, that kind of closes itself off, doesn't it? If I want to go too high, it's going to be right there. Nope, that's a floor. Oh shit, what am I doing? Damn, bro, I just can't have a staircase right after the door. I'm gonna have to wall this off. Get on up in there. Beautiful. This is the first use that I've seen for the triangle roof piece. Rolly, you've got me confused. You've got me officially as confused as can be. I'm thinking this is going to need to be walled off as well. How do I get up there then? All the inclines didn't suck, dude. Give us an L. Ooh. It's like close, but it ain't it. I don't know how I'm gonna stare into this side of the thing and have it make sense. But let's just get back to roofing here. Beautiful. We are going to come back through eventually and add stuff to the roof to make it not just flat, obviously, right? But we don't even technically know what the exact end layout of the roof is going to be, which is why we've got to roll through. Lay out the foundation of it first, huh? Oh, this is where we start to staircase up. Cool. I think we're going to leave a hole right here. And maybe, like, leave that hole all the way up, but with, like, a wall or something, right? Because we're obviously going to have to, like, wall this off. Like... No! I'm not even sure if you can see those. It's getting dark. We're about to pull off of this and go do another mining trip. Because I don't even technically know if roofing can go here. Yeah, it looks like there's enough room. Whoa. I might have a half wall built up there. What is going on with that? There's definitely like a half wall built into that. We'll come back to it during the day. But yeah. We've just about got everything closed off here, which is great. And I'm thinking we're going to leave this hole open just as an easy in from up there. Jump all the way down. Fucking, the lights are going to kill me, bro. Let's go do a peace check. Because I'm going to have to put so many lights in this place. I think next day, we're going to finish walling this off and then completely roof in our, let's call it refinery hall. All right, what did we, oh yeah, piece check. How many pieces we got? Man, we're still not even halfway, and we're going to be able to put up a total of 60 lights, which is great. 60 more lights should be enough, hopefully, to keep the dark hallways of this base kind of lit up during the night, and then hopefully also leaving some room to kind of keep the outside of the base lit up as well as a bit of a extra decoration, if you will. It's capped at 30 lights, you think? Nah. Check it out. I think it depends. So this right here, it depends on how many claims that you have staked. Currently, right now, we have a maximum amount of claims. The only thing that I don't know is it might let us go vertical more. I don't know that for sure, but it won't let us go any horizontal. We can't. Yeah, 60 right here, 60 lights. Definitely gonna help. And like I said, this number here of 5,000 kept going up by 500 for each stake that we claimed. And then there was a point in time where it capped at 5,000 and stopped going up. So I'm not sure if we can claim any more vertical and horizontal, but that doesn't really matter because we've really kind of already gotten way out of hand with this thing. I'm going to get lost. If when we do the final tour of this base, there's no way I managed to make it through the base in one go. Bet. We'll be recording the final tour of the base live on stream and recording it for a video, you know, when that ends up happening. Guarantee we don't make it through this whole base without getting lost at least one time down one of these frickin' hallways, because it's turned into a point where like 7 hallways are spawning in areas I wasn't anticipating hallways being. And we're kind of getting to the point also, this happened in my once human bases, where it's not even technically possible to show off the entirety of the base in one walkthrough. You end up having to do a bit of some back and forth. So in this I would say is like at least 2 times bigger than anything I built inside of once human. So we're not even done. I fully anticipate breaking this 5,000. We will have 5,000 building pieces put down. Granted, we're only about halfway there, and this thing is a freaking monstrosity. But we've still got stuff like trying to get pillars to come down from there so it doesn't look like it's floating. Pillars from there. The pillar decoration of an awning down here. So the pieces will end up getting used up. We will burn through all 5,000 of those pieces, no problem. We don't have shit for duraluminum right now. God, aluminum is so slow. It's ridiculous. Even on the large ore refinery, it's just dragging ass. Alright, I was going to do a bit of a run here, but, you know, we've got... Let's double check here real quick. 7,000 plus stone still to work with, which is a ridiculous amount here. We should be able to for sure finish off all of the roof, probably all of the outdoor of that, and even maybe get to like some of the decorating portions of the roofing here. Some of the final walls right up in here. We got decking to lay out. Still tons of things to do. I can't guarantee all of that's going to happen on stream, though. Been trying to knock it out all on stream, so Souls, when he gets the chance, can roll through and then kind of like get a bit of an idea of what it's like to put together an entire base. But also, you know, base building is a bit of a chill activity. It's something that I like to do as I'm watching a show or something, you know. We're just chilling, we're building, we're hanging, you know. It's hard to make building a base entertaining, is kind of what I'm saying here. So I think we are going to move on. I'm just not sure what we're going to do yet. It's possible we roll out and go and do some of the PvE inside of the deep desert because of this right here. Boom. This land's rad. We got a block Harkonnen right here. Otherwise, it's a for sure loss. I'm already convinced that we are going to lose. But if we block them here, that puts us at 8. This puts us at 9. That puts us at 10. And then we're kind of like playing to see where they're going next, right? But they're hardcore flying in on that, and we can knock that out in the deep desert PvE zone. That's actually where you need to knock that out, so we may end up going and running some of that. I just don't want to use up my Cope pistol because that's the raid weapon. Maybe we swap over here to this disruptor. Boom. Let's repair our power pack. Let's repair our welding torch. Repair. Suspensor belt. Boom. My power pack's low, so why don't we craft a new power pack? Oh, and you know what we need to grab as well? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Give me a minute. Where be the power pack? There you are. Let me get one of these, and we need to craft or find. It's in one of these chests somewhere. Oh man, how long is it gonna take to find this thing? I need the survey probe launcher. This is the one right here. Damn it. There we go. Boom. I left the survey probes out in the deep desert, but let's craft a bunch of these just in case. And also some heavy darts. I don't anticipate us needing 25, but let's go ahead and craft it. We're going to be using this SMG, which burns through heavy darts. You would think this would tear through walls when you're raiding bases. It doesn't. And I don't know if that's because it's an SMG and it takes that into account. But this doing 46 damage per shot with a clip size of 52 is freaking ridiculous, bro. That's 2,300 damage per clip. 369, 918, 20. So I'd have to unload 3 clips of the cope to technically equal as much damage as 1 clip of this. So, but that burns walls way slower. We'll maybe do some testing on that. Also, somebody in the comments asked if you can melee, if your melee weapons does anything to a base. So I'd be interested to see that as well. This only does 34 damage per hit. So it's like, if it does, kind of a waste. But let's take a look here. I mean, 54 damage. 115. 127. Yeah, bro. So like 115. I mean, it might break it. Might be a bit of a quieter way to get in as well. We'll have to check. We'll have to check and see. That'd be actually crazy if it does. It would surprise me a bit. It surprises me a pistol can break into a base, though, so... Mm-hmm. All right. Let's grab the survey probes. Grab our heavy darts. Oh, our power pack too. That would have sucked. Oh, you know what I'm wondering? I wonder if anybody can answer this for me here. Where is it? Bro, where are people getting... What the hell? Is it not on there? Maybe it's on here. Where are people getting off-world medicine supplies? I've looted a few things in the deep desert. I literally can just not find these things. I don't even know where it would freaking be. Here we go. Off-world medical supplies. Bro, it's gotta be in the deep desert. I just can't find them. Maybe it's something that you craft. It could also be something that you craft, but it's off-world, so it's gotta be something you loot. I don't know. We're gonna go knock out some PvE in the deep desert and try to contribute to this task. Maybe we get lucky and we land another Cope pistol schematic would actually be huge. And if potentially we can track the timing of the storm, we can start to ride those out as well. There's a vendor back in the Haga Basin. Oh, I hadn't even thought about the vendors. Doc's a genius. I was like, I haven't found any of these, and if I find one, I sure don't want to waste it crafting a tier 4 medical supplies. Like, weird. That's fine. It's good to know it's one of them. I at least know where now. I mean, the bandages, in my opinion, work fine. The health kits, though, do make a whole hell of a lot of a difference. They work way better, but the bandages cover what you need. How the hell did somebody get a sand bike out here, bro? This is broken. Why is this broken? Damn, bro. So, in the PvE zone of the deep desert, if you manage to let your power go down, I believe you can get raided just the same as anywhere else. I believe. I'm not 100% for certain. That could have been a guild that abandoned the base, though. To be fair, I believe... Nope, we don't have this square scouted. So we're going to scout as many of these squares as we can while we're out here. $1,800 heavy darts. That might not be enough. We can always craft more just on our person, but this thing literally eats up heavy darts like crazy. Also, I don't know how good it's going to be in PvE, but I don't want to waste... I don't want to waste the Cope's health. Dude, these thermoelectric coolers on this server, Mikey, I don't know if you're still here, but these thermoelectric coolers on this server sell, last time I checked, for like 1.2 thousand each. Fracking insane. I've only been to the auction house one time. I didn't even know you could sell schematics on the auction house. I've only been there one time, and it was like piss poor. There was like nothing there. But I did notice that these thermoelectric coolers were like 1,500 each, and I've got hundreds of these sitting at my base. I was shocked. Bro, this fucking SMG sucks, dude. Hide, hide, hide. Fuck, dude. This SMG is ass. How can an SMG be so shit, bro? The cope like 3 taps these guys max. Okay. Maybe it was just this guy because of his shield. You sold over 100, 2.5 thousand each, 2 dice. Damn. Jen, how's it going? It's good. We're doing good over here in Dune. 2,500 each. That's crazy, bro. Especially considering how easy they are to get. Like, honestly, they come in pretty thick quantities out of this PvE zone here inside of the deep desert. I'm mind blown. On my server, people were selling them for 1.2 thousand each. I don't understand the draw to them, to be honest. Okay, it's like not terrible. Gotta hit them headshots. Dune's doing good, Jen, but we've also got Once Human coming up next week. I'm gonna keep bringing it up, dude, because I'm really excited about this game. They're coming up with a new scenario next week, both PvE and PvP scenarios. It's another MMO survival style game, very similar to Dune Awakening, but with actual PvE content that is substantial. You've been selling duraluminum now for 800 and 950 each. You probably sold like 300 and made 250,000 off that. See, duraluminum for 800 each sounds like a deal. These thermoelectric coolers for 2.5 thousand each is a complete and total ripoff. I can't believe people are paying that. Even 1.2 thousand for these, I'm like, dude, how many of them do you need? You need them for like the tier 6 ornithopters and stuff, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% positive, but even then, it's like, man, how many could you possibly need to make it that worth it? Because they come out of this pretty thick. Yeah, but what's crazy is these thermoelectric ones come out of the PvE zone of the deep desert. If it was like deep desert and we're talking like some of the other tier 6 materials that are in the deep desert, I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Even though if I was them, I'd be like, I'd go scan some buried treasure or something, but nice, dude, we got another Saturine still suit. Big, bro. You must need a lot of it, is what I'm thinking. You must need a lot of it in order to craft the next. I just circled around, dude. I do this every time. But yeah, duraluminum for 800 to 950 each sounds like a deal. Especially considering how long it takes aluminum to smelt. Like, that's the main freaking drag in making duraluminum, is the fact that it takes so long to smelt aluminum. You could probably realistically sell aluminum for close to the same price. But my server, the resources that were for sale was practically none. There was practically 0 resources for sale. It was so sad. I went there and all I was looking for was just a few titanium. I just needed a couple titanium. Just a few. I didn't want to come all the way out to the deep desert to get like 40 titanium. I was like, maybe on the auction house. Absolutely not. $145. Have they lost their mind? $23 meters, that's just unrealistic. Fuck, I need to fill my water. We might as well hit these up while we're here. There might come a point in time where it's like, oh, I got a bunch of schematics I don't want to lose. But currently it's like, ah, well, fuck it. I think here we are going to use the cope just to clear it faster. Oh, we whiffed it, bro. Oh, I got a crazy thing that might revolutionize the way we can harvest water, bro. God, we got to test that out sometime today. I'll show you guys what schematic it is here in a minute. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. It might genuinely change up. We might not need to do the do anymore. We might not need to do the do. Eyes on enemy, where? Who's got their eyes on? Oh, fucking whiffed it. Oh, we whiffed it 3 times in a row. Come on, shoot at me, pistol boy. Big. Where's he at? He just popped a shot off at me. Where's he at? That was disgusting, bro. That was absolutely disgusting. The fact you would just be sitting there waiting for me like that. Who does that? Alright, let's fly. Man, that's the one thing that sucks about having a base way out there in E, bro, is doing this PvE out here is no longer super efficient. I don't know if this will be high enough. Come on, surely we've crossed the boundary. Oh, A4? Good. 16 meters, that's disgusting. A5? No. Maybe this is 16 meters higher. If not, that for sure is. What did we get out of there? Still suit gloves. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. Right next to a lab as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we'll make it.
Identify yourself. Get them. I need reinforcements.
Easy, bro. No, no, no. Don't you even dare. Oh, mines, mines, mines. Watch it. There's multiple in here. Set them all off. If this is the one with mines, it's also the one that's super easy to loot. This is a quickie. What Gatling gun did we just pick up? We don't want that. Ooh, another pair of soft step boots. We've already got a pair of these, but they are excellent. A game changer when it comes to harvesting spice. Jump, bro. Why didn't you jump? Idiot. I'm not progressing this lands rat at all. Found on the deep desert shield wall. Bro, I swear, maybe it's just specific labs. Or maybe it did say we were getting progress, but I just missed it. Hey, level 144 in the bag. We still never figured out what Rolly meant by their special item. They're level 50 and they need a special. We don't know what that special is. Something. Something fantastic, I'm sure. Fantastical. Oh shit, we missed the last one. Damn, bro, just gonna stand there and look at me. That's what you're gonna get. You think it meant your third ability unlock? Oh. Oh, when did we get that? So you have to do trials. I don't know if you're still here, Rolly. But if that is what you meant, you have to do trials. It's after the trial where you unlock the ability to use your spice. I forget which one that is. It's like the 5th trial, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I got you. The third ability, right.
I see someone. Target found.
Got him. Yeah, I believe that comes from the 5th trial, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the trials. Ooh, should have turned around faster. Where's the other one? Oh, too slow. Huge. See, not all of them have 2 intel. Some of them only have 30. Dude, I keep getting that same mask. Alrighty then. Wrong button. You know what we... Oh, wait, do I have that in my inventory? Shit, bro, we don't, dude. We meant to freaking, pull out the turbo. So we can use the turbo on this thing up until any point where we may need to swap it out for... The storage might help us, like, when we're scouting the deep desert and whatnot, so... Brutal. That's alright, it'll just be a quick trip back to the Haga Basin to grab it. We'll hit up A3, A2, A1, and then we'll swoop out. Oh, I'm guessing these aren't PvP patches anymore. These were the dumbest patch of PvP anyways. Like, you were actually going to get into a fight with somebody that took you down right here. They'd have to literally attack your ornithopter that was dead. It'd be funny if they could sit on this mountaintop as you were crossing and shoot a rocket at you and hit you with a rocket and break you down. Because I know the rockets do a lot of damage to the ornithopters. That's why they're coming out with a tier 5 version of the rocket, because currently as it sits, you have to be tier 6 to finally unlock the rocket. So they're going to drop a tier 5 version to hopefully bolster more ground-to-air combat. It's not going to work. Not when an ornithopter can just shoot rockets at you, kill you in like one shot. Also, this locate a control point task literally will not complete. I've located several. I've even captured a couple. Does not complete. Boom, boom, boom. We might be able to just fly to this one. Yes, we will. Right there on the backside is where we want to hit it too. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as... the other one we used to hit. Right on this backside, there's going to be a key hidden in some scrap. It's the very first trader? No way. The one in this... Get off me, guy. The one in the South Haga Basin, for real? I'm a bit surprised by that, to be honest. Like I said, I've not crafted even the tier 2 medical supplies because I think that I think the regular ones work just fine. Oh, nice, dude. Is that another buggy ray cutter? Yeah. Yeah! We got a replacement to that now. Huge. Ah, shit. I should probably pick up those particle capacitors. Yeah, the bandages have always worked just fine for me, so I haven't felt the need to swap. But it's good to know that that's where you pick it up. Because that was also a reason why I wasn't swapping, because I was like, I just have no idea where this shit comes from. I don't even know if this stuff is real, bro. I didn't do this one as often as I did that one, so I don't know the layout of this one. Yeah, I'm right there with you. And 20 bandages is super easy to craft compared to how much of a pain in the ass it is to craft everything else, or craft the rest of those. Like, you want me to use the sandwich fabric for that? You're crazy, bro. You lost your mind. Oh, it's just this one. It's an easy clear. Damn, this oh, it's not even a full one. You can sometimes find gear that's fully repaired out of these. That's where I got the current radiation suit right here, the MK5. I did not craft that. That's what I'm saying. Like, fibers and off-world materials would make a little bit more sense. Especially the tier 2. The tier 2 goes immediately to the insulated fabric. And at the time where you would even craft a tier 2 is the time where you need insulated fabric the most. Like, there does eventually become a point in time where you don't need insulated fabric as much. So you could potentially spare some. But, dude, right when they want you to craft that tier 2 thing and it requires the... It's not even insulated fabric, sorry. It's the frickin' micro fabric sandwich crap. It's easier to get than insulated fabric, but it's still not easy to get. It's not something that even now I have an abundance of. Just thankfully I don't need a ridiculous amount to craft with anymore. When you're in PvP, I feel like at that having the higher heals is when it's going to be that in PvP would be more noticeable, right? Because in PvE, I can hide from these guys for long enough to pop a couple of bandages, no problem. In PvE, though, it might really be like make or break if you manage to have a health kit that heals you up all the way. Because some of these, like the tier 5 health kit, has like an insta-heal. That thing's like instant. Backpack's full on weight, huh? What's weighing us down here? Shit, bro. It's like we're being weighed down by stuff that we need. But I mean, I guess that just means that we can't take stuff that we'd be dropping anyways. So if we can't pick up the schematic, we'll be sure to grab that. But we'll head back to the Haga Basin after this. There's no need for me to roll through and hit up the rest of the PvE zones on A2 and A1 when I can't loot the stuff. I could slap it in my Ornithopter's storage, but it's too much work. We'll just roll back. I need to put a thruster on there anyways, and we're probably going to go try and scout some bases. Give the deep desert a bit of a scout, huh? Somebody must have just cleared this. It's empty. A steady assault boost module. Nice. Can't forget to grab the intel. We don't need the intel, but we might as well grab it for the day that we do. Tier 7 will come out eventually. We really ought to repair our wings as well. If we're gonna come out here and do like a full deep desert run, we might as well slap some new wings on this thing because the ones we got right now just ain't cutting it. They are weak, bro. We get into any sort of fight, they're gonna break easily. And it's gotten to the point now where even if I repair them, I'm only repairing them to like 60%. Everything else seems fine, like 80, 80, 80, that's all fine. Can I get out from over here? Well, this is a bit of an oversight, isn't it? You think if I fly closer to this, it'll eventually let me out? Closer to the rocks over here? Damn it. That just doesn't quite make sense. It used to be the PvP zone, so they were probably like, we don't want people just escaping any sort of fight that they could have got in here. Wow, why would we let them escape to the cliff that they're right next to? We don't want them escaping off to out of the map. What is this guy doing? Why would you hide a base in the PvE sector? That guy is confused. I can just imagine poor Mikey. Goes on break at work, jumps on his phone, sees a video where somebody's like, we raided a base inside of Dune Awakening. And they're like, oh, nice, I'll check this out. And they're like, this is my base. This is my base. Everything's gone. He deleted it all. Just the point, I want to know from the point of realization where he went from, I'm excited to watch this video, to this son of a bitch broke through into my base, no way. Oh, brutal. Get in. I wish this plopped me right next to my base. But if I spawn in one tile further north, it sets me, like, way over there. Oh, this guy's going into the PvP zone. Fuck. Just want to make sure the important stuff isn't out. Alright, let's go. We got some PvP, boys. Oh my gosh. Okay, once we get out of our ornithopter properly. Stop bouncing. Thank you. Eight is flamethrower. I want to say chances are we die because my skills are so underset right now. He started off on the top. I'm guessing he's on this side. I don't want to engage too much with the PvE here. That was him. He's running around with a shield on, so we're probably best off. What? Where's he at? I just heard him grapple. Man, did he loot it and leave? He did! Fuck! You son of a bitch! Well, that sucks. Thought we were gonna be able to nab him. I was trying to navigate around the PvE and he was just grabbing the thing and getting out of there. It's disgusting. Don't stop and look at my base. This'll scare him off. This'll scare you out of here. This'll scare you off. Are you scared?
Really?
Good. Good.
Is this your base?
No. No, I just kind of like hide here from the storms sometimes. I don't know who's putting this up.
Falling apart.
It's falling apart. Fuck's he mean it's falling apart? You lying. It's all perfect. You tripping. It all says perfect. It's just dusty because of the storm. It's not shielded.
Abandoned.
It's not abandoned. If it was abandoned, you'd be able to loot the stuff. You see the sub-thief there? Let's try and do this.
Where it is, they've been busy.
Ah! We were gonna try and lock him in.
Tonight.
No, no, no. Up, up, up.
I don't suppose you have like a Emperor's Wings Mark IV schematic, do you? That's what I'm looking for.
I don't remember where that came from either. Shit. This guy doesn't know what we're doing right now. I don't know where those come from either, to be honest.
And, I guess with them being Mark IV, you know, they're aluminum somewhere, but I don't know the aluminum area all that well.
What's this guy doing, bro? He's just sitting here. This better not be mine. Am I boxing mine
I
in?
don't mean to step on your toes on farming. Just, you know. Yeah, I'll just like, you know, let you do your thing. A lot of people around here, so.
Nah, we really don't get a lot of people around here. That's why I've made you my new best friend. You'll be here forever. What is this guy doing, bro? Dude, did it turn nighttime? I can't see anything. It's dark. What is happening, you guys? What is honestly going on right now? This guy seems confused. Oh, he turned his light on. He turned his light on, dude. Welcome. How do you like it?
So this is your base?
What do you mean? No? Somebody... What do you mean? How did he not see me putting up any of the walls while he was walking around talking? Getting his ornithopter locked in. Alright then. Good luck out there, farming and whatnot. Paid actor, dog. Oh my god, sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. You're not a paid actor, are you?
No, no, sure not.
Why is your light following me, but you weren't even looking at me? What's going on with that? It's behind your bum now. Look behind you.
It's weird.
It's
Yeah.
weird. Do you see? Is your what? So how do we get out of here? Can I get a lift out of here? Let me catch a ride. Catch a ride.
Yeah, you'll just have to, like, you know, undo the walls, that's all.
Oh yeah, that did work. Huh. Just what a paid actor would say. I paid him to say that. That was good. That's funny. Oh crap. He was so nonchalant.
Hope to see you around.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Take it easy. He was so nonchalant about everything. It was insane, bro. Man. And now it's like, did he know I was building him in the whole time? He freaking had to have, dude. There's no way he didn't know. There's no way that he didn't know. He was trying to loot all this stuff, though. You saw it. He was trying to loot all this stuff. He's like, I'm gonna check and see if I can grab any of these chests. What? You're breaking up. You're breaking in and out. What?
I said, seriously, though, this is your base? It's pretty nice.
Yeah, we've spent a ridiculous amount of time on it. We always go way overboard when it comes to base building in these games. And Dune lets you go thick, bro. Lets you go real big. When we're done and the roofs are all done and the walls are all done, I'm gonna get lost just trying to figure out where the hell I'm going in this thing. There's already like 6 hallways that have spawned, which weren't originally supposed to be hallways.
One person doing the building?
I'm the only one building. I'm the only one farming. We're solo. We're solo on this whole build right now. Which kind of makes it even more ridiculous. No need to go so big on solo, but we like to ride it huge around here.
How big is your guild?
Us, one person. One person. Let's get these
going to, like,
research.
deep desert and stuff, or what?
Yeah, bro, we've been doing raids out in the deep desert. Tons of raids. It's a lot of fun finding bases that are in the PvP zone and then just raiding them when a storm rolls through. But yeah, we've been farming spice, titanium. Deep desert's a piece of cake. The only PvP I've ever run into is when I literally shove my nose into it. If this guy was a paid actor, I'd be paying him to leave right now. I'm
I was
being
just
so
admiring,
real.
like, the refinery here. Like, how do you even make this shit? Like,
Oh, what tier is that? That's just the medium spice refinery. There's actually one that gets even bigger. What was that? I think it's duraluminum. No. No, sorry, it's plastinium. It's like 285 plastinium ingots to put that down. There's a bigger one though, even surprisingly.
yeah, it's huge. Like, I've never seen this equipment.
This guy blows my mind, dude. This guy absolutely just be gaming, bro.
135 melange to make.
Yeah. The spice melange was probably the biggest thing aside from the plastinium. But like I said, deep desert's fairly easy. You go set up a base out there. You can fly in and fly out, hit up the medium spice fields, and walk out of there with like 12,000 spice and not even run into a single person. So It's kind of time dependent though. If you go in during the hot spot, you're obviously gonna run into people. Also, I'm not sure if you're Harkonnen, but if you are, it might be worth putting a skin on your thing to make it look like a bug, because there's a Harkonnen guild out in the deep desert on this server, which they are ruthless, man. So that might like keep them off of your ass, because they get me every time they see me.
Like, you know, you though, like, you guys are obviously like Atreides build.
Yeah, I'm Atreides. I don't have any of the Harkonnen skins, but I think I could, for extra money, pick up the Harkonnen skin and then change my Ornithopter's variant to that and try to use that to avoid them, but I've just been too lazy. I've got taxes to pay on this ridiculous-ass base.
I just think that the bug skin of the Harkonnen looks a lot better. Like, it just looks cool.
No, it does. And if you throw that on there out in the deep desert, you might end up saving yourself. You might end up saving yourself from that guild, because that guild is ruthless.
How do you finish the like the Atreides storyline to get like rank 4? Did you do the rank 4 faction thing?
Yeah, I did. It was a long storyline that you just kept having to go back and forth between First it started off in one section, the very first section where Atreides is, and then eventually I was having to go all the way to Awoken every time to complete and start a new quest. So it was a long chain of quests.
Like, what's her name? Like the Mentat chick? She sends you to interrogate the pilot, but then after that, like, it goes cold. It's just like additional contracts will be awarded, but I have no fucking idea.
Oh, okay. So you probably are going to need to go to... Hold up. This is why I actually liked working at Walmart, bro, because I love helping people out.
Do I need to, like, go snoop the regs or something for, like, you know, the side quests?
You either need to go to the Griffin's Reach trade post or the Anvil trade post. I don't remember which one has the 2 faction leaders in it, but after you grab that scout's stuff, you go and talk to one of those people a couple of times. So if you're going to go Harkonnen, you talk to the Harkonnen guy and give him the research notes, and if you're going to go Atreides, you talk to the Atreides person and give them the research notes. And that'll start the whole chain of quests that'll start unlocking Harkonnen or Atreides. So you're gonna have to.
Like, was it Anvil? Like, you know, like I already played through all of his stuff, like where it's like you have to like blackmail and betray like whoever.
Yeah. So you went to the spy's nest. You went to the spy's nest, correct?
What's her name? Something Gannon. The second Atreides questline person.
Oh, so you already started the questline. Okay, I'm a little confused as to where you're at. Hold up. Let me look in the Journeys tab real quick.
After a minute.
What journey does it say you're on? I don't remember which one it is. Is faction, join a house, test of loyalty, contribute. Have you already pledged your allegiance to a house?
Yeah, I'm doing Atreides.
So he's in the Atreides.
Atreides, Gannon, investigate the sandflies. Like, the last thing it says is more contracts will be awarded or something.
Did you report back to the Andrea Gannon person? That is so weird.
I think that's the last spot, but she doesn't have anything more for me. I don't know. Maybe I need to go talk to her again.
Hold on, don't leave yet. Where's he at? Fuck, where was he at? Atreides. Oh, it was Gannon. Yeah, because there are like 6 other tasks under that quest line, all of which force you to report to Andrea Gannon. So if it's stuck there, I would go try and talking to her again. She might have a quest line for you. Uh, I don't remember if this is the journey where you can hit spacebar after you're done completing it to move on to the next thing. I think this is the one that forces you to go all the way back, but I'm not entirely certain. I would definitely try talking to her again.
I think I might have picked up the thread again. I don't know. Like, that's where I've been stuck. I've been like at Atreides 3 because I want to get to 4 so that I can get like the skins and stuff, you know?
Yeah, I would go back and talk to her. It's very strange. So the same thing happened to me with the planetologist quest, where it was like more contracts will be available, but the only way a contract would become available is if I looted or talked to the guy outside of one of the labs. So I'd have to go talk to him in another area for the contract to become available.
Like, you like have to just fucking accidentally find him somewhere.
Yeah, it's really poorly laid out, like specific things when it's like contract will become available soon. It's never just like a waited out type situation. I waited for days on the planetologist thing before I realized that I had to go through like 6 different labs talking to the guy in each one.
Like what happens is if you like skip ahead, it breaks the progression. So like
Right, yeah, like
the
yeah.
planetologist dude is like waiting for you somewhere in the Iron Age, and you're like off dicking around in the rift and shit.
Yeah, yes, exactly. That's exactly what happened to me. I had to go backwards to like the lower level labs to complete the quests. Yeah, I was doing low level labs to complete it because yeah, I was already way the hell out here. It's very poorly worded. They should point you directly to where you need to go. Especially because the way they word it makes it sound like it's a wait and a contract will appear and it'll show up on your thing, like they'll message you or something, but that never happens.
But he's waiting for you like, 2 tech areas behind. Because like, yeah, like the biggest trap I found with this is like people find a YouTube video of like, get an ornithopter, fast, 5 hours, whatever.
This guy's talking shit about my video.
That shit, and then it breaks all their storyline shit, and they can't figure out where to pick up the thread again.
Hey, my speedrunning videos were just fine, okay? But yeah, you're right. It was definitely a chain break. Definitely a chain break, dude, for sure. But I was able to knock out the ornithopter in 16 hours solo on day 1 with the refined speedrun that we put together. So I might have actually been one of the videos you watched out there of the dozen that were like, get the ornithopter as quickly as possible. First it started off as sandbike, and then it transitioned into ornithopter, because that's what pushes you into endgame.
Yeah, because like, if you go like speedrun that stuff, it breaks so much stuff.
It does. Like, it sequence breaks it pretty hard. But but even if I didn't, even if you didn't speedrun it,
like tabletop stuff.
No, I don't.
It's like they've gone through so much trouble to lay out this brilliant storyline, this whole progression of interwoven storyline and like side shit and like all the skills and stuff, and then we go off on these speedrun tangents and just break all of it immediately. Everybody was like first week rush into like the main base, rush into the deep desert. We rush, and they're like, oh, there's no content. Dude, there's plenty of content. You just skipped all of it.
Yeah, it's for real. Even if people didn't speedrun though, if they just managed to skip one lab or they didn't talk to the guy at the bottom near the lab, they could easily end up like missing it still. That's why it should be laid out for you. I had to look up a guide to figure out where I needed to go for the stupid planetologist quest line. And that's because I was stuck on the same message that you're stuck with.
He was waiting for me in the very first test lab immediately after you crossed the gap.
Yeah, same for me.
Where you would be if you followed any kind of a normal progression. But when I got my bike, I went all the way to the north part of the Iron Age. I parked at the far edge. So I skipped all that shit. I had to backtrack. It was crazy.
He followed our guide to the T. Yeah, that's what we did too. We set up at the Dew Gap. Dew Gap base.
That's the entire reason I picked this server, is because Gap is just objectively hilarious name.
Yes, and that's why I picked the Leg Siege as well, because Leg is also the funniest of the Siege names. Like, why would it be Leg?
Yeah, because I'm like, yeah, baby, show me that Gap. You know, just,
This guy's ridiculous.
you know, I'm a fucking teenager at heart.
This guy's ridiculous. Yeah, I would talk to the Andrea Gannon chick again, and if that doesn't work, I'd maybe like try and Google a quest line and figure out if they're hiding somewhere where they're not typically at. This guy's something else, bro. Take it easy out there. Stay safe. Genuinely one of the most laid-back interactions I've ever had in my life, and with the way the rest of that conversation went, I'm not convinced anymore that he watched me build him in. I don't know if he was looking down at the ground while I built him in and he was talking. I don't know what the hell was going on, dude, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that he was actually paying attention when I built him in. That was something else, I tell ya. That was good. Let's roof this off while we're here. We're gonna end up moving these water containers and finishing that roof, but we'll leave them for now. Nice. All right, cool. Little short. It's a little short right here, but that's not a problem. We got a lot of like vaulted ceilings inside of this base, so having a couple spots like this hallway where it's short, in here where it's short, is actually gonna end up fitting really nicely. So that's good. I'm like nervous. There's no way he had access to any of this stuff, right? He's just like filling up his ornithopter with my shit as he's distracting me with small talk. I mean, if he did, you would think he would take 116 of the spice melange. Or 220. Like, there's a lot of good stuff that he left behind. For example, let's check here. Did you get raided? No. No. No, you can't raid somebody inside of the, You can't raid somebody inside of the Haga Basin. No, I just said it'd be funny because we just had that. I don't know if you were here for the past 10 minutes, but we just had the craziest encounter. You just joined. We just had the most wild encounter with a person that I've ever had in my life, where he landed at our base, was checking it out. He asked if it was ours. I jokingly said no. And then as he was talking to me, I built a box around his ornithopter and him, and I trapped us both in the box, and I said, "You're my friend forever now." And then eventually we ended up breaking the box, and he just sat here and talked about how he was like on a bugged quest line. I was trying to troubleshoot that with him, and it was such a weird encounter, bro. Definitely crazy. And I was just joking, like I was making the joke like, it'd be funny if like while he was here, he managed to get into my things, and that's why he was talking to me. But we still have 122 plus stanium ingots, so there's no way he got into anything. I was just saying it'd be hilarious if he did. He's just small chatting me up so he can fill up his ornithopter with all my shit. That'd be funny. That's not what happened, though. Alright, what are we doing here? What are we doing? We just we did some PvE in the deep desert. I think it's about time we head back out into the deep desert and try and knock out some raiding, huh? Let's go see if we can find a base to raid. I know of one. I know where one base is that we can raid. We need the scanner with us. Everything seems to be in order. What's our power pack look like? It's low. I have a fully crafted power pack that I deposited somewhere. It would be a crazy cheat if they can already steal vehicles in the deep desert. I'm not in the deep desert right now. I'm not in the deep desert. We're just in the Haga Basin. That's why I said there's no way he raided me. There's no way he was able to get into my chests. It'd have been funny, though. But yeah, that would definitely be a wild cheat if they were just able to yoink your vehicle. That'd be like a developer level cheat. I have a power pack in one of these, bro. I quick deposited a bunch of stuff. Where did it go? Here it is. Boom. My welding wire's in there too. We need that. Boom. Let's put these coins away. We need to go pay our taxes eventually. And now I've got coins spread out in like 4 different chests, and I don't know where they're at. Ah, our freaking wings, bro, and our turbo. I'm glad I thought about that before we took off. No, they can take vehicles in the deep desert. You saying it would be crazy cheat if they could come and steal stuff from your base? Oh yeah, it would. That would again be a developer level cheat. If they were able to like bypass whatever locks are put in place, because there's a lot of like checks inside of the Haga Basin to where even if the power on the base goes down, like for example, next to my base in the Dew Gap, there's that Harkonnen stronghold that somebody built, and the power on that went down to where I was able to fully walk around the entire base, but I couldn't damage or loot anything, so and that was a complete power down situation, so. The only way you'd be able to loot something in the Haga Basin is if they abandoned the base. The ornithopter wings and the turbo. Where did I put that turbo, man? It's here somewhere. Damn, that sucks. I have 2 MK5s in this as well. Shit, bro. We made that MK5 for no reason. Fuck, I don't have enough pumps. Dude, I'm 1 industrial pump short. That sucks. Where is my booster? There it is. Let's go get the pump. Depending on how they do the checks for permissions, even the Haga Basin could be at risk, to be honest. Yes, you're correct. I don't disagree with you. But like, for example, I guess the base that I went into, it's entirely possible that they went through every single item and made it to where it was owner access only, so that even when the base did run out of power, that's why it didn't let me loot anything, because it was owner level access and I wasn't the owner, so technically I'd have to break the chest. And it's possible that if it was just associate level access that I'd be able to loot it. Whoa, did you all see what happened to that cliff over there? Big texture problems going on over here. Oh, I'm coming over here for industrial pumps. Bro, these people over here have built bases that have just completely lagged the server out. It's impossible to play by my do-gap anymore without just having my frames get hammered, dude, and then my CPU heats up like crazy. Let's get some industrial pumps real quick.
Someone's here.
Don't catch me on fire, you son of a gun. Where'd Fireboy go? Level 145 in the bag. We have to keep an eye out for chests. Sometimes they slip through my fingers. I don't need a whole lot of industrial pumps, but since we're doing a run, we might as well look for all of the chests possible.
We've got intel.
Oh, Psych, the guy that I was talking to as well, was like, oh, people started dropping these speedrunning videos, like, you get to the ornithopter fastest and stuff like that. Bro, it was the craziest interaction. This guy was just chill, bro. Just a chill guy. God, I'm lagging over here, too. $21 industrial pumps, huge. Big loot right there. Big lag, too, dude. Like, insane levels of lag.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I forgot we got a schematic that might actually change the way we harvest water. Check this thing out. This thing's crazy, dude. I've gotten 2 of them, actually. The Filter Extractor MK5. This is going to be able to separate some pure water out of blood and divert it to the appropriate containers. So I may be able to take a bunch of Lederjans out and then do some blood harvesting that goes directly into water, which would be crazy. All right, we're mad lag over here because whatever these people are doing to these bases are jacking this server up, man. So we're backing out. Oh, sandstorm. Can't go out yet. You can't remember the name, but there's a Mark 6 that extracts blood and poisons your weapon. You're right. I have that one too. Let me check. There's a Mark 5 of that as well. In addition to any excess fluid, so if you don't have a blood bag or if it'll overfill and spill, any excess fluid is converted to poison, which is applied to the user's weaponry. This is another one we got that I was like, ooh, that's interesting, but we just haven't used it yet. The blood straight to water, though, I was like, oh, that could be actually a game changer, dude. Who needs a death still when I am the death still, you know? We'll have to test that thing out and probably make a video out of it if it's any good. But yeah, Doc, I've already kind of messed around with the whole Haga Basin looting. Even, like, abandoned bases is about the only thing that you can loot. Like, fully powered down in broken bases, the very last thing to break on that base is the sub-thief. So, if this base powered down and all of my chests were owner permission or not public, all of the chests would break before the sub-thief breaks. And I'm pretty sure somebody was telling me when we were talking about this that when the chests break, the loot does not fall on the ground. It just gets deleted. I wonder if that would stack with a poison weapon. Dude. See, now we're like cooking up ideas. Oh my gosh, we need to add lights to this place. Let's try and do that right quick. Lighting, what do we got? We got some Atreides dispenser lamps, standing, short standing, wall. Do we have Atreides floor lamps? Yes, we do. That puts off like no light, bro. Damn, bro, these put off like no light, dude. That is actually brutal. Shit, what an ugly position. These are gonna be such a pain in the ass. Search Discord chats saying this show for so long. Shy Bear. Oh, you searched Discord chats and web, I'm assuming. Saying what shows for so long? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, what exploits, though? Damn it, am I only going to be able to... Oh my god. There needs to be a snapping system, dude. Because this is lower than that, and that is not going to work with my OCD. Oh my god, these lights put off like nothing. I'm not sure what exploits you're talking about, though, Shy Bear. know there's a couple things going on with the las gun, but that's about the only exploit that I know anything about. I don't even necessarily know how it works, besides that you pop some sort of ability that lets you use the las gun basically indefinitely, and the las gun itself is melting through walls more than they anticipated. A burst drill shot. Hold up. Firing a devastating 2-round burst of burrow darts. Wow. What's the, I can't research it yet. That's crazy. That was tier 4, I'm guessing. Oh, we already have one. What's the stats? 69 per shot? Shit. Shy Bear, you've got me, like, mad confused. I'm not sure what exploit you're talking about. I think we're just about ready to roll out, though. The Plastinium version in the Deep Desert this week? Oh, the Plastinium version of that double drill shot? I bet the tier 6 of that's real good. The reason that one's so ass is because it's the tier 4, I think. It's ass, dude. I think anything in the tier 4 is probably going to be bad. Oh yeah, that's what we needed. We got to do a wing transplant here because these bad boys are broken. You know, I could have probably taken these wings down and recycled them. Damn, bro. I've got some stuff in this chest I could have recycled as well, which would have probably given me the stupid pumps that I needed. It's fine. Oh, let's see where the aluminum's at so we can burn through all of the water that we have. Oh, we still have a bunch of it to craft. Great. Love that. Love that. We have 339 duraluminum that we could craft from the aluminum, but we're going to let that aluminum cook. $60 lights, I now am worried is not going to be anywhere near enough. Alright, we got a couple of fuel cells, our storage, our power pack, an extra dispenser belt. Looks like we're all ready to roll. We know for a fact where one base is in the deep desert, and I'm convinced that guild, we raided a base earlier, and I'm convinced it was completely empty aside from, there was like 12 of the aluminum ingot chests, the little medium aluminum ingot ones. There was like 12 of those. So we walked out of there with like 150 aluminum ingots. So it wasn't nothing, but all of the chests were completely empty. So I'm thinking that a guild was just getting ready to set up to start mining that area. And we would have been best off to like leave that alone for a couple hours and maybe, but there was another base in that same area that we didn't raid. So maybe we go back to that side and see kind of what's going on. You think you watched a video that said the Harkonnen lights are better? They give off more light. Oh, I believe we can pay double the amount and end up getting the Harkonnen cosmetics. So we'll have to look into that for sure. Because the lighting system with the Atreides is shit, bro. Completely ass. I don't know if the Harkonnen lights will pair well with the Atreides build that we have going, but just the way the lights work right now, we're going to need a lot of space lit up, unfortunately. And 60 lights is just not going to cover it. We'll kind of see what that area that I lit up looks like during the day, though, because maybe we can get away with just like minimal lighting. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're honestly not at the lighting. We still have to finish off the roofing, finish off the ornithopter bay, and then we need to stylize the roofing, finalize like the railings and everything, and then we'll kind of be on the decoration part. Like, there's still like 3 more steps, unfortunately, before we finish that behemoth of a base, which is gonna take a while. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some water. I just ate some popcorn, dude, and it's like, like a shell went in my throat. I was gonna stop off in the middle, just because our base is located in the middle, but realistically, we're kind of heading directly out to these other guys, this guild base. Let's go ahead and see what these guys got going on. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we venture to lose here. If I'm not mistaken, it's these 2 small vehicle cells and maybe the welding wire. I'm not certain on that. They might take the bandages. I'm not certain on that. And then I believe the power pack and even the ornithopter storage stay. So realistically, we're at loss. We're at risk of losing like nothing. Oh my gosh. $19,000 meters away. Having the turbo should definitely help us escape anybody should they, you know, try and chase us down, especially with the nerfs that they gave to both the assault and the scout ornithopter. I got 33 skill points. Yeah, I've got nowhere to put them though. I've got literally nowhere I can put them. I need to sit down and I need to sit down and either do a full stream where I'm grinding out the quest lines, or when I'm off stream kind of go through and grind out the quest lines. I've been slacking, Psych, yes. It was apparent, so we got into a bit of some 1v1 PvP inside of a lab the other day when I was off stream, and we got our asses kicked. I'm convinced the guy was just toying with us, because he was running around. I was having a hard time keeping up with him, first off. And then he was, like, fighting the PvE at the same time. He was, like, avoiding getting hit by me. And then there was one point in time where I had him burning, bro. We had him burning with our flamethrower. Oh, dude. Oh, we're in PvE zone still. Fuck. Yeah. Gross. Raiding in the deep desert's gonna be dead. We had him burnt, and he ended up popping his spice ability. And then that was fine. We ended up fighting for a little while longer. I popped my spice ability, and it wasn't long after that that he killed me. It felt like as soon as he tried to kill me, he succeeded. Like, there was a couple times he, like, did the little back stab that the sword people have, I think, where they dash behind you. There was a couple times he did that, and then we ended up, like, scuffling for a minute, and then we'd back off from each other. So it wasn't like the first time we actually engaged, he took me down, but it felt like the first time where he was actually trying to take me down, he had no problem. It's nice with this turbo, you can basically just glide at the 800 meters. Why is he flagged red? Why is he glowing red? Big base right here. Man, I forgot we're still in the PvE zone. I saw that guy and I was like, oh, we might have a bit of a run and gun on our hands, but nope, we're still in the PvE zone. Sector E2. Now we're getting close. Now we're getting close. These guys are probably right on the edge. This could have been where these Harkonnen players were coming from, because they were heading south. And this is where all of the guilds are going to be basing up their main bases at. I'll go show you guys what's going on with these Harkonnen guys. I'm convinced that these are some forward operating bases that they're setting up out here. Some quick in and outs for them to farm up a bunch of aluminum and then do transports to the main base. And unfortunately, that's what raiding's going to come down to anymore nowadays, is non-existent. There's no real reason to build out here. Have you used the poison rapiers? Are they crazy good for PvP? Yeah, melee is definitely the play for PvP. I'm not sure how the rapiers are going to be better than the daggers, though, because damage-wise, they're just, like, not that much greater. And I don't know, like, if attack speed, like, makes the dagger end up keeping up with the rapier. I'm not sure. But, yeah, melee is both the meta right now for PvP as well as PvE. The range that you get on it, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. You don't got to be right up on them. But melee kills it for PvP as well, or PvE as well. even inside of the deep desert, melee is doing really good for PvE. I've seen people solo take down these PvE raids and PvE labs out here with a good melee shield build. Twice the range, huh? Damn. That definitely makes a difference too when if you're face to face with somebody and they dodge away from you. If you're close enough, their dodge isn't going to get them far enough to back out of your rapier's hit. Whoa! Oh, it hit a ship. It sucked up a ship. Alright, well, we just proved you can go higher than 850 meters, but not much. Brian, I don't know where that rock is, but if it's 850 meters or so, you should be able to make it there. It lunges about half a tile. Nice gap close as well. I'm thinking when we push into PvP, we're still going to try and stick with the dagger build. And we're just going to try and take advantage of the jump behind their back ability. The problem with that is you can pretty easily just dodge out of whatever lock you get put into. So it's like you can close the gap with that and get right behind their back, but they can just as quickly dodge away from that. Whereas if you dodge behind their back and you had a rapier, you might still close that extra gap even. We got to be on the lookout here. We've got to be on the lookout because when we were out here last time, maybe that's where we did the raid on the other base and it was right there. I'm not certain. But when we were here last time, bro, it was packed, dude. We had people popping in and out constantly, dude. Did they take this second base down? What is that? Is that a base right there? What is that? A little 2x1? Oh, no, that's where... That's all of the foundation that's left from the first raid. Here's the second raid. Oh, shit, did this get broken down too? This looks like it was broken into as well. Damn, somebody slapped this. Oh, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Oh, yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did. See, this is why you gotta check, bro. Otherwise, you end up wasting time. This one got hit, too. So that's 2 bases that got slapped. I'm convinced this was a guild getting ready to set up to do some farming. They just got insta-raided. I raided that base before they even had a chance to put anything in it, aside from chests. Like I said, and when we were hiding, I was so excited about this base, we decided to wait here for a storm. And while we were waiting here, dude, I swear, it was constant people coming in. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. We don't technically have a raid location. However, we also don't have an ETA on when the next sandstorm is going to come. So we've got plenty of time to do some scouting, huh? We're going to have to fly kind of low to make sure the bases render in. But let's go check out each of these islands here, see if we can't find another person silly enough to build a base outside in the PvP region. Sort of goofball would do that. You combo that with Crippling Strike, so you smash behind their back and then you Crippling Strike, yeah. Then be able to slap them a few times with the dagger. I know poison's really good, but I have a dagger that burns. Let me look at this dagger. It only does 34 damage. I don't know what tier this is. That's like shit, because like the tier 6 daggers are doing like 60-something damage. So if we could do 60 damage and burn, that'd be crazy. I'm wondering what's better too, burn or poison. Both of them, any sort of damage over time effects in this game are pretty detrimental. poison almost like forces a heal with how long it lasts. Like it almost forces you to use a bandage or die. I'm not sure if that's the same with burn. I don't think it is. I think burn wears off quicker but does more damage. Damn, that's a big one right there. Just trying to make sure we hit up all of the land mass. We do need to start scanning these tiles, though. But when I don't scan the tiles, it at least helps me figure out what land masses I've kind of flown over and scanned. It's just not gonna happen, bro. There's no reason for people to build this far out. Little lab right here, nice. I'm just scanning out over the one section to see what sort of land is out there. Not a lot. There is a bit of land like right here. Damn, this is a land that I've already flown by. Oh, what's unfortunate about this is F is now just outside of the PvP zone, so building here would be like what it used to be to build in like B, C, or D, which you're just not going to do. Like, there's no reason for you to build one tile further than the safe zone. We're gonna check anyways. And that'd be a nice little hole to hide a base though, wouldn't it? Oh my gosh, is that a base? No way, dude. What is this idiot doing, bro? Gosh. He set it up so perfect to raid as well. It's raidable too. Sweet, dude. We are in Sector F2 by the Forgotten Cave. We'll keep an eye out on that one. That one doesn't interest me enough to, That one doesn't interest me enough to kind of hang around the area, though. Like the big Harkonnen base did. But we'll try meleeing that wall to see if any sort of damage gets done with the melee weapons. I think it'd be a waste, because none of the melee weapons actually, like, slap that hard. But it might be a bit of, like, a silent way to actually raid a base. And there could be, like, a unique weapon schematic that actually makes... Dude, do those just spawn in the air now right before they fall? Because that was not in the air, I swear. That was like an insta-spawn. That scared the crap out of me. There's another big old spice field out there. Man, Sector F3 is just completely devoid of any land. There's F2 with the raid. Some land out there. Some land out there. Let's check the map, see. Okay, we haven't searched this. Let's search further. I cannot believe we found a base in the F section. Like, what? We might have a Mikey situation here where this guy was based up before the update. Oh, that's fine. I don't know how long we have on a sandstorm. I don't know how long we've been out here, to be honest. It's only been like 10 or 15 minutes. The sandstorms come like every 45 to hour and a half. Seems to be random. Is that a base? Nope, just a couple of rocks. Where are you gonna be? Come on, give me a base. We're running out of land mass out here for people to be based at. that a person? Just a rock. So we're gonna cut back to that base and kind of swipe. Swipe through any extra land we see off in this direction. Because 10,000 meters out from any raid is a bit too far. So I'm gonna try and keep it within 10,000 meters. We'll do a bit of a radius search within 10,000 meters of that spot. Because if the storm comes in from this side, we won't make it. Last thing I want is a wasted storm, because then it's like an hour and a half down the drain. Should have really time-stamped it. It's 12:50. We can start at least keeping track from now how long we've been out here. That kind of helps us know exactly how long we might have to wait for another storm. I doubt there's going to be anybody here, but I doubted there was going to be anybody at F2 either, and there was. So let's go give it a peek. This might be a bit dangerous. I'll be back. I knew we'd make it. Just as I expected, not a base in sight. God, what ores on this island, though? Stravidium. There's only one. 2 stravidium and 1 titanium. Not too shabby. $6,000 meters. I mean, we're cutting it close, but I'm gonna I'm gonna go swoop this island here and then move back up. Take a look at this real quick. Brian, give me a minute. I think I've seen a couple of medium spice fields pop off. But yeah, spice did receive a nerf. So they dropped the amount of medium spice fields that were meant to be active from like 22 down to 20 or something like that. Or maybe that was with the small spice fields. I think... Did they drop the amount of small spice fields as well? They dropped both of the medium and the small amount of spice fields. So let's say there was supposed to be 10 amount of medium spice fields. Now there's only going to be 8. And if there was supposed to be 20 small spice fields, now there's only going to be... If there's supposed to be 22 small spice fields, now there's only going to be 20. I know, it's like a tiny nerf, but it does feel like it's made quite the difference. Because you would think only dropping 2 of the medium spice fields wouldn't be that big of a deal. But yeah, there's supposed to be 8 medium spice fields active at any given time, and then there's supposed to be 20 small spice fields. Medium went down from 8 to 5. Ooh, that is a big one. Oh shit, bro. That's massive, actually. Only 5 medium spice fields active across this whole thing is a pretty big nerf. The small ones aren't really that worth it hitting up. Oh, we're hitting a zone change here. Yep, right when you hit the zone change, that's where you're going to start to see the bases, except for this stupid guy over here 5,000 meters away, who's for some reason based up one tile off of the PvP zone. Looks like there's a landmass that's just half a tile off the PvP zone. Let's go see. 5 per day? No, I think it's 5 active at any time. If it's 5 per day, that's crazy. Like per actual 24-hour cycle, that's nuts. The way I read it, I thought it was 5 at any given time. I could be wrong, though. I may have misread it. It's entirely possible. Unless they mean, like, per in-game day. What is your opinion on the Deep Desert PvE changes? I think it was dumb. I think catering to the PvE players in a game where the PvE sucks like this is just not it. Like, the PvE is so redundant and so... It's just the same all the way from the early game to the end game. There's no bosses to grind for. There's no raids. The enemies literally just become bullet sponges. So catering to the PvE audience when realistically the only end game thing that you would grind for is to partake in PvP in the first place. So now the PvE players are going to partake in a grind to what? To do what exactly? Typically it would be to get PvE done better, but you're going to reach a point where it's like that's not even happening. You're doing PvE at like the maximum capacity, and then what? It's really weird. The PvE in this game sucks, dude. So swapping it like that I think was a really weird choice, and catering to the PvE audience. You got to do something though. I think the solution that I came up with, you've been playing 10 hours today and only seen 2. Man, maybe it was 5 per day. That's crazy. We just had 2 pop off back to back, though. We just had 2 medium ones pop off back to back. But that's crazy. I came up with a solution to the Deep Desert. It's very simple. It's make it to where the PvP players, when they attack somebody, they flag, and they now lose all of their items if they die. That gives the people who are just out here doing PvE and farming at least the ability to fight back and potentially walk out with more than they gained. Because right now, currently, there's no reason. There's not even a reason to PvP unless you're trying to take somebody's loot, like their farming loot. And there's definitely no reason to fight back because chances are you're not going to get anything but vehicle fuel cells from that person. So... Scout rockets needed to go as well, that's for sure. But that wouldn't have solved the problem that PvE players have because they refuse to walk into an area where PvP is active. They refuse to do it. And right now, what's funny is, as far as I know, there's only 1 lab inside of the safe zone, and I don't even know if that's across every single server. Brian was saying that there's a lab on B2. We might just hang out. We might just hang out around this base. Surely we got to be getting close to a storm. Brian was saying that there is a lab near B2. We're gonna at least pause here for a second and figure out where else in the map we can explore to find bases around this one. D3? Yeah, so D3, if that is the case, fuck is D? Yeah, D3, maybe we'll go check and see if there's a lab here in a little bit and scan, because if that is the case and D3 does have a lab, this is the only lab inside of the safe zone as far as I know. And what's going to happen, what's funny is what's going to happen is everybody who was like, oh, why are you forcing us to PvP? We want to do the PvE endgame. They're going to get out here and realize that the PvE endgame is shit, bro. It wasn't developed. It wasn't even developed with PvE in mind. PvE really seems like a secondary development process that this team went through with just how redundant the PvP is, or the PvE is, right? There's no enemy variety at all, aside from weapon usage. And even that, it's like, becomes non-variety. You know what I'm saying? And the enemies, as you progress, only become bullet sponges. So the PvE is stupid. People are about to find out and then leave the game. So catering to PvE is alienating the PvP guilds that they had, and the PvE players are just going to find out how shitty the PvE endgame is and bail anyways. There's a station on the rock formation I have uncovered in D3. Oh, for real? It's on this? That's hilarious. On this one right here. God, I fly right by. Endgame is PvP, that's it. That's all they've developed for, and they've done a piss poor job developing for that. Like, don't get it twisted. The PvP balance in this game is terrible. And the reason for you to go out and PvP is not there. It's not currently there. There's no reason you would go out and PvP. Let's go unlock that lab. There's just not a reason at all. Why would you go out and PvP? You're literally looking to gain nothing from going out and PvPing. If you kill somebody who is farming resources, the most you're looking at gaining is a few thousand spice. And if you kill somebody who's PvPing you, the most you're looking at gaining is whatever resources they have on them, which is in all reality some fuel cells, right? A2, 3, 4, 5, 8. No, all of the A ones. I don't know why I kept saying 8. All of the A labs. Dude, the A labs have been like this even before the update. A labs were always here, and that's where you get duraluminum uniques. There's a tier 6 unique out here in D3. If this only drops tier 5, then they basically did nothing. If this only drops tier 5, then literally all the change that was made inside of the deep desert was they spread it to where people can now dip their toes into how vacant and empty this deep desert is, and then they could find the one lab that they want to do to get a duraluminum piece. Nah, bro, I don't think so. This has got to be tier 6, whereas in all of the labs inside of the A section are tier 5. The enemies in the A section are actually easier than the enemies out here too. I cleared the A section easily. It does drop tier 6. Nice. Yeah, I cleared. But it could change since the deep desert was made with PvE change. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point. Is this was a lab? That's a good point. That's a good point. Is this week's change? There is a lab right there. I see it. This week's change literally came midweek. This deep desert change came midweek. So that's a really good point. And next week's deep desert may actually have more labs inside of this PvE section, which, if that's the case, great. It's going to be a little bit easier to farm some tier 6s because I'm not worried about PvP. But in the same sense, what am I doing the PvE at the end game? It's the same as the mid game and as the early game. They're just bullet sponges now, and they do more damage. So it's like, oh, cool. Thank you. I landed on a control point, but it did not swap to PvP. I must be too high up. Oh, well, let's go peek in this lab. Hopefully if a storm sweeps through while we're in the lab, it'll tell us. Let's try and make this quick. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. We may have an in-zone raid. This thing is breaking down. No access. It's perfect. These are all perfect. What server are we on? We're on the Dew Gap server. We be riding the Dew Gap. See, this is what happens in the Haga Basin. Even if the base becomes powered down, you can't technically loot anything that was in the base. It's all protected. And I believe even when this chest breaks, none of the loot's gonna fall on the ground. And the sub-thief will be the last thing to break. There's just not enough power, and that's why it's decaying to the storm. They did, yeah, okay, yeah. Higher drop rates up north. I thought they were saying that only the rarest of the schematics will be up north. I thought they were saying only the rarest of the schematics will be up north. But from what I understand, the labs inside of the PvP zone, you actually get more than one schematic out of at a time now. Your server is weird. I don't know if that's the name of your server or if you're saying like it's an Armenian server. Oh my gosh, people dropping respawn beacons here like crazy, bro. I'm actually not even anticipating running into PvE down here. I'm anticipating it being cleared out. Why can't I enter this? Oh. I see. Yeah, they need to do more of these walls that you can break. It's always fun. Do you still find the pistol one of the best guns for breaking down the base walls? You've been using the Syndicate Impaler shotgun and you're wondering which is better. Syndicate Impaler. What damage does the Syndicate Impaler do? Because I think we found out... Oh, great. This is a lab that we're going to have to do a... Man, I can't even think of it right now. Might as well be Armenian, he says. Oh my god. Whoa, we gotta break all 4 of these? What the hell is that? $408.2 damage on the tooltip. So, earlier when we were raiding a Harkonnen base, we looked up the health of the wall, and it was 8,000 health. We mathed that out, and it was going to be like 30-something shots from the pistol if it was directly translated over 300 damage to the wall from the pistol. And it did take about 30 shots. So I think it is a direct transfer. So I suppose the question at that point in time would be the rate of fire, and then the reload speed, and then the clip size. If it's a 2-shot and your reload speed is really slow, it would really just come down. You're doing more damage per shot, so it's going to take less shots. So if you can get all of those shots off faster, you're good. I'm not sure if we're going to have to fight people in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, that's a sniper. Oh! We're dead, bro. Tier 6 PvP or PvE kicks my ass. Fuck, I missed a shot, dude. We, like, cannot be missing shots here. Oh dear, there's a lot of them down there as well. Fuck. Fuck. No way, dude. Just insta-fucking melted. I am screwed, dude. That's fucking stupid. Oh, I don't even know what I lost, bro. It does come down to DPS, but it is kind of like it is kind of different. So let me see here. So this SMG that we have, this technically should melt a wall compared to my Cope pistol, but I think because it's an it even uses heavy darts. But I think because it's an SMG, it automatically just doesn't do as much damage to a wall. I'm not like confirmed on that. But what's crazy is the SMG will like melt through a generator. Just melts generators. It just doesn't do much damage to the wall, or so it seems. I guess I didn't like unload. I haven't broken one wall with the Cope and then broken one wall with the disruptor and seen which one is faster. Yeah, we're just definitely not kitted out with the gear. I need to take a look at some of what we got going on with our armor and our weapons. To be honest, this Cope weapon is good for the PvE if you can like 1 or 2 shot the PvE, but the second you have to, it takes like 6 shots on the heavy with the Cope pistol in order to kill a heavy. That's just unrealistic for me to get 6 shots off on a heavy without having any problems. And dude, I swear, when I start to panic in those situations, I miss all of my damn shots. We just miss. That's fine, though. We are gonna ride back out to this base here. It's been 21 minutes since I started keeping track of time, and I don't know how long we were in the deep desert before that. But we're creeping up closer and closer to the hour-and-a-half mark, which is right about when we should run in. You have tier 6 and you have trouble solo. You could do it solo with tier 5. That would be impressive. See, I'm not looking to do it with tier 5. I was talking about I need to look into the schematics because there's stuff like this still suit here, which has 393 armor value, or maybe even possibly this, which has 425 armor value and could definitely help out. And maybe like Mendek's Rattle will actually be something that, you know, like tier 5, but unique tier 5s. Because if we take a look at this, that's 425. And then if we take a look at the Plastinium equivalent, it's 450. So like with the unique tier 5, we're 25 less armor, right? Armor is definitely playing a role, but I'm telling you, the problem is my weapons are shit. So realistically, I need a weapon that's actually going to kill them. Because the AI in this game is easy enough to hide from. Where it's like, even if you don't have the best army, you should be alright. Should be alright. Is that a cave? But yeah, the PvE in the deep desert's a pain in my ass. I want to check the map here. There might be 2 caves on this island. It looked like there was a cave down here. Yeah, weapons, armor, really only means anything in PvP. Yeah. Yeah, and in PvP, honestly, since melee's so powerful, bro, you might be best off doing, like, the medium gear. Oh, let's go, baby! Perfect timing, dude. Perfect timing. There was something over there I want to take a look at, though. We're gonna stay on foot to try and stay in the shadows here and not scare anybody from taking all of their beautiful loot out of here. It does look like there is a cave off in that direction. 260 meters. It just looked like there was a cave, and I can now confirm that was a cave. Showtime, baby. It's raid time, baby. Oh, that's just gonna make a bunch of noise. I didn't want it to. All right, we're gonna see if this blade does any damage to the wall. I gotta piss real quick though. Seven, Sven. I don't know what you want me to call you, but I didn't realize we had somebody new in the chat. And then Tim T also coming in. My bad. Usually I'm a bit better at noticing. The colors are a bit similar on all of those names right there. My bad. Yeah, I wish this Botrix thing that connects all of the chats from Twitch and YouTube did a better job at color coding these names, because I swear, Tim, Sven, Psych, and MYOB, Myob, literally all have, like, a shade of green that's barely off tint from one another. Two more minutes and this poor guy's gonna have his buns raided. Shouldn't have left yourself out in the open, pal. You didn't think that one through. Let's try and get... like, where can I be that's sheltered? What is that? I'm not sheltered right there? Okay, we're sheltered right here. Big.
Sector weather alert.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Alright, we're gonna find out if the blade does any damage to the walls on this one. Somebody in the last raid video I put out asked that question. And I said, you know what? That's a really good question that I had thought of myself, but I was too panicked when I was doing the raid to try it out. This one I'm a little less concerned with. Little less concerned with. You know, it's always the ones you just are... Last time we raided a Guild's Harkonnen base, and I'm like, here we go, big loot, and there's nothing in there. Earlier, we raided Mike's solo base with a ridiculous amount of death stills. And that thing was packed. Do you know you can use your own building tool and check the hit points of walls? Yeah, that's what I was doing. That's why I pulled out my building tool. I was checking to see what it was at. It's already had some damage knocked off. I wanted to know what it was at before we started smacking it with the blade. Should be any minute now. It's not too long after the storm hits the sector that it just starts to count it. I'm not sheltered anymore. Here we go, sheltered right here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Fuck, I'm unsheltered right here. Okay, I can shoot it from there. As soon as the shield goes down, I'll start breaking this wall. We'll see if it... I mean, any second now. I can't believe I've had to wait for the storm to actually hit. I'm confused. Why is this not going down? Did it go down and I just missed it? There's no way that's doing damage to the wall. No, that didn't do shit. You need to break in a big guild house? That's unfortunate, man. You know, it's fairly easy to break in, especially if they're not there. They're there, that complicates things a little bit. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was doing damage, because I didn't see this thing's shield come down. After we break through this, we're going to try and slash things inside of the base as well, to see if the blade will damage it there. Come on now. It's a double wall. I'm glad we didn't break in through the door. Oh, it's already powered down. I think it's powered down because of the storm, but it's fine. We're going to break the generator anyways. I could break the sub-fief, and that would do the same thing and actually give me more access to the base, but I want to break this real quick so I can take my blade to this chest. Yeah, I don't think that's hitting it at all. It's like not even, it's not even giving me the option. This thing tore through generators. All right, all right. It's not the most stuff in the world, but we'll take it. You know, I think we just... Maybe we do start just deleting the bases we raid. Just yeet it and delete it. Some stuff on the ground right here. What is this? Beautiful. Nothing that I'm really concerned with, though. So now I think we continue the search. Something just happened. If I had to guess, it's a YouTube subscriber coming in. We'll know here for certain here in 1 second. Ashore coming in with the sub on YouTube. Appreciate you being here. Whether you're watching another video or you're here live, we appreciate you. What's the pistol called? You have a 4-bullet shock unique. The pistol's called a Cope. It's the Cope pistol. It's a tier 5. We got it inside of the PvE zone of the Deep Desert. And it is a base raiding machine. This thing just eats through walls like it's nobody's business. Let's go up into... Did we take H all the way across? It looks like we did. Let's go back up into the H section. Like, specifically, like, right up in here. And let's clear through all the way through H. Yeah, the Cope pistol is an absolute base destroyer. It's been my go-to. I'm gonna be devastated when this thing finally breaks. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're not even gonna have many bases to raid anymore with the new update, but... I wish I could have a guild out here build a base that I could raid. The one guild that did, I raided it too soon. I raided it before they got anything in there. Also, base raiding is so easy in this game. What time is it? It's 1:24, so at like 2:24 we should realistically be looking at hitting another storm. I'm not sure if we're gonna end up playing that long though. We'll see. We'll see if we find a nice juicy base that keeps me energized. Full of solo attacking Zergs, yeah. I'm not sure they've implemented the server transfer yet. I'm not so certain. What sucks is there used to be a big guild out here in the deep desert that would like lock it down every week. I don't know if they've stopped playing because they've gotten bored, or if they now just don't feel the need to be out here in the deep desert with their big base. Nice. Here's some land we haven't checked. This is some possible land here. We may have a base. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of exploiting guilds on each server, Tim, to be honest. It seems like it's across servers, unfortunately. You think he saw me? See if we can get into some cheeky PvP. Fuck, I don't see him anymore. Where'd he go? Did he leave, bro? Come on. Did he see me? Full suspensor belt's about to break. Sorry. We'll wait till it breaks. He must have saw me, man. Chicken shit bastard. I'm probably like one of the few PvPers that could be run up on. Oh shit, we got a team. I'm probably one of the few PvPers that could be run up on by somebody and actually beat down. Yeah, you think for a second, but... I did not overheat, bro. Fortunately, there's no way you keep up, friend. Unfortunately for you, the game is over. Is he not flying away? Thought he was flying away. Yeah, there he went. Yeah, now that we have the boost on our thing, it's pretty much cooked. Do you have the 5-finger triple shot rifle? Nah, we don't. Let's go see if we can figure out where these guys were going. They're heading out this way. There might be something in I. They could be just going out to farm that thing, I suppose. There was a couple spice fields that landed out here. What was that noise? Is that a grandfather worm? Something big's happening over there. You guys hear that? That's got to be a grandfather worm. Oh no, I see it now. Just a regular worm, huh? Boom! It's a triple shot. It does 271 per hit and poisons, huh? Wow. I'm almost positive this is the Harkonnen guy. Not for certain, though. This might be the guy that was running from me. Damn, he's way up in the sky now. No scope. Wow, for real, huh? Damn. A sniper with no scope is no joke. Fuck, did he get up and fly away again that fast? God, this guy's timing is crazy, bro. There's more ores on this island, so it's like, does he know I'm here? Did he see me fly in? It's possible. I'm never looking in the sky that much. Cooked it out that direction. What is this? What are these guys doing, bro? There's never anything in this eye sec. Oh, there's the big spice field. Bet. I bet you anything that's where those 1-2 guys went. Let's go shove our nose in it. This is the only time I ever run into PvP where it's like a guild that ends up chasing my ass down, but let's go shove our nose in it. Let's go take a little peek-see, shall we? I bet you anything this is where those 1-2 guys were heading. This is in Sector I with the couple pieces of land that we've actually seen in Sector I. There's one. Makes you wonder. God, I really don't want to shove my nose further in here. This is when we end up getting chased by 4 people and we are fucked. I mean, realistically, we could hit this. It would be beneficial for us, but I'm not too worried about spice. We ain't spice farming right now. Let's get back to seeing if we can find a guild's base, which is not going to be in Sector I, because there are no bases in Sector I, because there's no land in Sector I. As a matter of fact, I would argue 60% of the deep desert is, in fact, just desert, which is too much. There needs to be more land out here. Especially now, considering that you can build, or you can build so far out because the safe zone got extended. Throw some more land out here to maybe give some people more, at least, ideas or thoughts that they might build out here. That's just a complete tile of desert, isn't it? Where'd you get that? Is it a tier 6 or tier 5 schematic? We might have to try and hunt that one down. It looks like that land in front of us may possibly be something that we've never checked or didn't check thoroughly. We'll go check off that direction as well. I didn't search the entirety of this island. It looks like we just hit it with a flyby, so it's entirely possible we run into a base here. Tier 5, you can get it from the Sheol region on the big shipwreck. Dang. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to try and farm that thing out. We got Once Human coming up next week, dropping a brand new PvE scenario and even a new PvP scenario. We're for sure jumping into the PvE scenario. I'm not certain if we'll jump into the PvP. Though it does seem like it's going to be a bit of a Rust-styled PvP scenario, which might actually be interesting. Just the problem with Once Human is it's a NetEase game, and they have terrible anti-cheat. The PvE in that game, though, is head and shoulders above what you play inside of Dune Awakening, so I am thoroughly excited to jump back in and see what sort of changes have been made. What sort of stuff this new scenario is going to bring to the table. Is this the spot we just checked? Like, I'm confused. Doesn't look like there's anything straight south. But it does look like there's some stuff east and then southeast. There's a tier 6 version too, but it hasn't come into the rotation yet. Damn. Tier 6 of that would be crazy, but even the tier 5 sounds like... That actually sounds like that would be the base breaker. That sounds like it beats out the shotgun and this pistol here. 3 shots at 250 apiece is 700 damage. That's like basically unloading this full cope pistol. At that sort of damage, that might actually that might actually slap inside of the deep desert PvE. Man, this is brutal. Man, dude, the deep desert sucks, bro. There's just not enough. There's not enough land out here. Let alone the busted ass PvP and the boring ass PvE. It's like, ugh. Ugh. I'm still super excited about this game, though, because the base layer of it is really, really solid, and it's a really good foundation for them to build off of. So I am still excited to see where this ends up going. I'll fly all the way out into the middle of G here. It's like a whole tile of sand. Great. It's better than the cope for PvP since the cope takes forever to get an accurate shot. The cope does take forever for the sights to shrink down. That's for sure. The poison, I bet, is what really helps there with PvP. Because you can poison them through their shields. So even if they have their shields on, you can end up knocking some damage down. Literally nothing out here, dude, for miles. Fucking God. Look, the deep desert was already not a very lively place, and now it feels even more dead than ever, and the PvE players are going to be getting very bored very quickly with the amount of PvE that this game offers. So honestly, I feel like they definitely shot themselves in the foot catering to PvE players in this way. They should have just held out with the way it was and then dropped PvE updates in the future. And then slowly abandoned the deep desert because they don't know how to balance PvP, let's be real. These guys don't know what's going on with PvP, unfortunately. If they knew how to balance PvP, scout ornithopters with rocket launchers would have literally never made it into the game. We have 3 tiles back to back to back that are nothing but full sand as well. It's like, that shit's ridiculous, dude. There's no reason that there should be 3 tiles back to back to back with nothing but sand. You can throw up a couple of spots here and there Even if it's just empty land, dude, you have to fill it out with something. This is so barren. So basically, the way base rating for us is going to work from here on out, I mean, we'll kind of play it by ear. So next week will be, I think, the real testament as to if base rating is even going to be a thing anymore. And I don't think it is, because honestly, I don't know why you would build out here. But essentially what base rating is going to boil down to for us is if we manage to see a base while we're out farming titanium, or while we're out looking for spice fields, then obviously we're going to mark where that base is at and come back to it when we get the chance. But, like, this whole searching for bases, I think, is dead. It's dead. Doesn't help that you have 3 tiles in a row, back to back to back with nothing but sand. Maybe even 4, 5, 6. I don't know how far this sand goes, but G, empty. G8, empty. G9 empty. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're driving into our 5th tile that's going to be empty. Looks like G4 is empty. 6. G3 is the first island that we see. 6 empty tiles back to back to back to back. Nice. Looks like we may have just skimmed past these ones. Let's skim past them again. Brutal. Oh, we're actually, looks like we're heading towards an island that we haven't searched yet. So there's an opportunity. I could be wrong. Here we go. We've just about searched every piece of land inside of the PvP zone here. Not a single base remains. Everybody has relocated. So this is going to do one of two things for bases. Next week, people might, like, venture back out to building out here just to, like, cut down on transportation time. And it might also turn into where only big, massive guilds build big bases out here. But even then, that's kind of, like, pointless. Why even risk it? You know? Looks like H1 has some islands over here. I mean, realistically, we're like midweek here, so this should be like the best time to be out raiding bases. Quantity of base-wise. This midweek update kind of really screwed us. It screwed us over. Unreal. Just because this H1 section right here has some land. Oh, is this land that we haven't searched? This might be land we haven't searched right here. Little bit of land we missed. Wow, it's the first time my wings actually clipped and then knocked me off my speed. Well, looks like another empty rock. H1 is empty as far as the eye can see. Eyes are always empty. I'm surprised that this land even exists. Other than that, eye is just always nothing but desert. I think we've just about hit up every single piece of land that there is out here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we'll give it a little while. We'll give it a little while. We'll see what it looks like next week. But like I said, I think our base hunting is now going to just strictly be revolved around, you know, farming. Are you finding the deep desert more populated after the update? That's a good question, Skull. I would say that yes. So, yeah, today there was, I mean, that's a weird question because it, oh, my bad, hold on. It depends on time of day. Like right now, this is about the typical time that I've been available to play, and the deep desert has been just about as empty as we've seen it. But then there's been other times where we've managed to be able to play during the peak, and there's people all over the place, and that was happening before the update and after the update. So today, after the update, we've actually been running into a decent amount of people out here up until our last trip. But even now, actually, we've run into a few. So I would say, yes, more than usual, but not substantially more. And there's not enough PvE content in the game. There's not enough diversity of PvE content in the game to where I think it justifies the PvE players having fun continuing their PvE experience out here in the deep desert. They're going to get here. They're going to realize that the labs are exactly what they were inside of the Haga Basin, and then they're going to be pissed. They're going to be bored, and they're probably going to bail. So they kind of burnt the PvP bridge, in my opinion, and also there's not really any PvE in the game that's substantial, so that bridge never really existed in the first place, you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, to me, it seems like the PvE was a complete and total afterthought in the development of this game. It feels like they were trying to gear players towards working towards this guild versus guild PvP endgame loop, which in itself is unbalanced and not very good. but like with the way that the AI works and the fact that there's no enemy variety, there's no real enemy variety, there's no bosses, there's no end game raids for people to partake in. The PvE is bad. The PvE is so bad in this game, I'm getting more and more excited for the upcoming launch of Once Humans New Scenario. I'm excited to dive into some real PvE. That's a shame. You wonder if having tier 6 minerals in A block would have been fine. I mean, and having A block still be PvP. I don't understand what the PvE players want to come out here for. The end game of PvE is boring. Farming tier 6 materials would realistically be something that you want to do to progress into tier 6 PvE. But the tier 6 PvE are just essentially bullet sponge mobs that you've already been fighting inside of the Haga Basin. So what's the real point in farming tier 6 materials? The real point in farming tier 6 materials is PvP, which is what the whole game's loop is supposed to be. I don't know why you would want to farm tier 6 materials to build tier 6 gear to fight the tier 6 PvE in this game, because the tier 6 PvE in this game is exactly the same as the tier 4 PvE in this game. It's just literally just like freaking jam-packed like a bullet sponge. So honestly, I don't know what... I get that the PvE players are enjoying this game, even though the PvE is lackluster. Because I'm typically a PvE player in these survival type games, right? So I get why the PvE players are having fun and why they think that coming out to the deep desert would be adding to the fun. But realistically, I think coming out to the deep desert is going to expose all of the problems that they were having that they just didn't realize inside of the Haga Basin. I think the development team itself would have been better off if they had just let this whole PvP only endgame ride out until the next expansion, and then with the next expansion they expanded on the PvE aspect of the game, adding in new enemy varieties, something. And then from there they could maybe like experiment with tweaking the deep desert and making it to where the first 4 sections are more filled with tier 6 materials and tier 6 PvE, which you would want to do so you could get to the tier 7 PvE, which really is where things start to open up in variety-wise. But honestly, I am not sure that they're going to be able to pull that off. And I'm also practically positive that they're not going to be able to pull off PvP balance. They almost seem like they're not even concerned with making the PvP balanced or giving any sort of like real risk versus reward experience. Because right now, the risk is if you go out to the deep desert and say you farm up 4,000 spice, the reward for the PvPer is possibly taking you down before you store your ornithopter and then taking your 4,000 spice, right? It's actually a pretty big reward. But what's the reward for the PvE player to fight back from the PvP player? None. Because if the PvE player manages to get a kill on the if the PvE player manages to get a kill on the PvP player, you want to know what the PvE player is going to walk away with? Nothing. Nothing but some fuel cells for a vehicle, perhaps. Because Right now, if I die, if we all ignore all of these resources that I have down here, if I die, I literally don't lose anything but this fuel cell and maybe this welding wire. Maybe the health kits. It's like nothing. So if the PvE player fights back and wins, they get nothing out of it. So I think a better way to balance that, to give actual risk versus reward incentive, would be to make a flagging system to where if the PvPer attacks somebody who's farming resources, or attacks anybody for that matter, they become flagged, and now they're going to lose everything that they have in their inventory and all of their gear except for a total of 3 items. This would make it to where PvPers have to be very specific with what gear they want to bring out, because they could end up losing all of it, and then they'll be able to keep their 3 most valuable items. But this system here would at least make it to where the PvE player has some incentive to fight back, because should they manage to actually fight back, turn the tables, and get the kill, they're going to be walking out of there with that PKer's loot, which could be some tier 6 gear. You know what I'm saying? And right now, it's like there's no real risk versus reward. Even as a PvPer, going out and hunting down somebody who's farming is not really that fun. And Dune Awakening itself makes it to where people can pretty easily prevent you from getting all of your resources that you farmed, right? If I can manage to dump my storage, I can store my ornithopter, and then I'm not going to lose my ornithopter. I'm only going to lose whatever gear I have or whatever resources I have on my person. It's like, I don't know. These guys clearly didn't care about balancing PvP, and they just seemingly didn't even bother making PvE. It was definitely like an afterthought. So, game's in a weird spot. Game's in a weird spot. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing, and if they end up being able to manage, or if they end up managing being able to pull this thing out of the hole. But I think right now they're burning the PvP bridge, and they haven't even realistically established a PvE bridge. That still means they have opportunities to establish a PvE bridge, so it's entirely possible. This is where the guilds be setting up, because why would they set up... Oh, actually, they should be setting up an E. I don't know what the hell this guild's doing down here. Throwing tier 6 materials in A block would have realistically just let the PvE players get a hold of the tier 6 materials, which they don't need. You take a modern remake of the old Dune 2000, that was a great game. Was that the top-down, like, RTS game? I hate RTS games. I don't know what it is about RTS, but they're just so boring. I don't have enough control of what's going on with each individual character, if that makes sense. I don't like clicking and telling people what to do and then watching it happen. I'd rather be doing it and watching it happen. I think this game's fine. I think it's built on a really good foundation. I think the IP is solid, and I think it could have used another year to cook, and maybe a new development team that actually knew what they were doing with some good ideas. Whoever's spitting out the ideas over there are fucking stupid. And then especially we're looking at, like, some really stupid things didn't make it into the game, but realistically, these things shouldn't have even passed any phase of development, let alone any phase of testing. For example, the fact that you can't deposit all of your water from your leaderjons into your water cisterns. I know that they're working on that, but what the hell are we doing? That tells me that none of the developers played any realistic version of this game. They all probably played a version of the game where they're being given resources, where they don't actually have to grind for resources. Because if any of the developers had to fill up more than 2 leaderjons and then put those leaderjons into their thing, they would have said, shit, bro, we need to add a deposit all button. So that's kind of where I sit. And as pissed off as I get about this game, and it might sound like I'm really negative about it, I'm not. I do really enjoy Dune Awakening. I wouldn't have sunk hundreds of hours into the game and still be here sinking hours into the game just because it's doing well for the channel, for example. Like, there's been several games that have done well for the channel that I've pulled off of covering because A, I'm not playing them anymore, or B, I'm just not quite interested with the direction that they're going. Once Human being one of them, actually. Once Human was doing massive for the channel, dude, but that game had me pushed off sideways because of the way that they kept pushing the $200 RNG loot crates for cosmetics that they were pushing, and all sorts of freaking insanity, man. They were pushing all sorts of craziness. Not coming out with any new content, but pay us $200 for this loot crate here, huh? But we're not coming out with any new content anytime soon. No, don't expect that. What the f... But, speaking of which, Once Human does finally have a new scenario coming out, which we will be jumping into. I'm incredibly excited for it. The PvE in that game is... If you haven't played Once Human, and you're playing Dune Awakening, bro, Once Human, I think, would be right up your alley, and the PvE inside of that game is just absolutely absurd, bro. It's so creative. It's such a creative PvE. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've just about roofed off the entirety of this base here. There's some extra decorations that need to be put on the roofing, of course, and maybe some towerage that needs to be put up from over there. And then we need to finish off the ornithopter bay. And damn, we lost our assault ornithopter. I knew that would happen. That's fine. We need to finish off the ornithopter bay so we can get that fully protected. And from there, we're just going to be able to hit up the final touches where we drop the, pillars down so that's not just floating in the air. We do all sorts of things to kind of like finalize this base. We put up railing where railing needs to go, roofing decorations where those need to go, decorations, lighting, etc. We're really rounding out the corner here of this base, and it truly is a behemoth of a base. This thing is freaking ridiculous. We're gonna have to pay, I think it's 20,000 in taxes per week, which is just absurd. Absolutely getting raked over the coals with the taxes. But we also knocked out some deep desert raiding. Kind of got to see exactly how that's all working out. Oh dear. Base powers might be down here. No consumables. Shit, bro. Shit, bro. How are we still running in here? How's everything still running? It should be dead. It's almost dead. Let's get those crafting so we can fill that up. 1 day, 11 hours on the uptime here. It's because we have a bunch of generators down here, so technically the windmills aren't the only thing powering the base. I think I could have all of those drop and we'd be fine. But let's get those refueled just to be safe. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be ending the stream here. We're going to be coming live again tomorrow, playing some more Dune Awakening, where we might be finishing off some more of the base, but realistically, we're probably going to be doing some deep desert grinding because there's 1 day and 16 hours left on this Landsrad turn. It's completely up in the air whether or not Harkonnen's going to end up pulling out the win this week, but we've still got a couple days where our crafting costs are reduced by 25%, which is absolutely huge. So I want to take full advantage of this again, just like we did last week. So tomorrow we're going to be doing a bunch of spice harvesting, a bunch of titanium. We're going to be crafting up all the duraluminum we can, all the plastinium that we can. we are going to be definitely putting the pedal to the metal when it comes to the grinding. And then maybe, you know, we'll be able to get a raid or two in depending on if we see any bases out there. But 6-1, we're about ready to hit that hard grind here into the tier 6 Plastinium and the Spice, which we still need a whole lot of melange, to be honest. But we're going to end the stream here, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Skull, Psych, Tim, Nasty. Who else? We had a whole bunch of people in here. We had, where else? Who else? We had Sven. Still don't know what to call that guy. We had Miob. Sven and Miob and Doc. Doc was here for a long time. Absolutely insane. Brian, I appreciate all you guys stopping by. We even had Mikey stop by. The guy's base that we raided. Unfortunate. If you haven't seen that video, be sure to go check it out. It's hilarious. And the guy whose base I raided actually ended up watching the video. I could not friggin' believe it. Absolutely hysterical. But yeah, we're going to be going live again tomorrow, and then next week we got Once Human coming up, so keep an eye out on the channel for that. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.